Stop. I won't let you use me like this.
His hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice. What's going on here? His goal is to stay hidden, but these girls keep following him. Ed tries to brush them off, but they're relentless. Let's dive into the story of the Extras Academy Survival Guide. I'm your narrator, and we're gonna go through this chapter line by line.
The plot thickens as Han Dae-hyuk finally ignites the spark within himself, unleashing a powerful new form that threatens to upend the balance of power at the Extras Academy. As Yunshin's resolve hardens, he faces the harsh reality of losing his only ally, now a formidable enemy, while also discovering a dark truth about his own existence that forever changes his perception. The fate of Yunshin's very soul hangs precariously in the balance as he grapples with the trauma of his past, now merged with the terrifying prospect of being the subject of an ancient, otherworldly ritual that could unravel his entire reality.
Imagine knowing exactly what happens before your friends do. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and be the one with the answers. Let's get into the thick of it, folks. The Academy's most promising student has just hit rock bottom, expelled, and all his belongings are left behind to rot on the floor. It's like fate itself is mocking him. Meet our protagonist, Ed Rothstaler, the third-rate villain of Sylvania. He's disowned by his family, kicked out of the dorm, and all he's got left is his pride. And that's exactly what he thinks he's lost. I've got nothing left. My family, my reputation, all gone. I've hit rock bottom. Ed's been keeping a low profile, trying not to ruffle any feathers. But that's easier said than done. Ed's living on the streets, scavenging for food and trying to stay one step ahead of the law. He's got a reputation for being a troublemaker, a guy who doesn't take kindly to authority. Proenia's the only one who still remembers him, and she's not happy about what he's become.
Hua.
Need shelter and food for around the week.
Ed's consequence is a stark realization. He's not alone in his struggles. Other people are also fighting for a place at Sylvania's, and they won't hesitate to use any means necessary to get ahead. His eyes widen. Someone might report me if I'm seen.
Can't risk being caught. Find a place to stay tonight.
Ed's action is to explore the woods, searching for clues and resources that might help him. My stomach growls. How long can I keep this up? He checks the exit twice, his anxiety evident. Ed's stomach growls as his eyes widen in desperation. He can't afford to be caught. Ed Rothstaler takes a deep breath, eyes fixed on the path ahead. His goal: earn a scholarship and set himself up for life. The obstacle: his reputation as a third-rate villain and his disownment by his family. Ed's action: he resolves to keep away from the main protagonists, hoping to fly under the radar. The consequence: his presence starts to change the timeline and events of the game.
Stop. You're going to get hurt.
As Ed walks, the woods provide a temporary refuge, but his resolve is tested by the presence of 4 female leads who just won't leave him alone.
The key action or twist of this chapter: the Extras Academy gates slam shut, trapping Sylvania inside, as guards rush towards him with suspicion, their eyes blazing with a mix of anger and confusion. The emotional stakes: what a character gained or lost. Sylvania's dreams of a secure future shatter, leaving him reeling from the loss of freedom and the harsh reality of his own vulnerability, his heart heavy with despair and regret. The cliffhanger: what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. T.S. No Man's Land beckons, a desolate expanse of uncertainty, as the lines between friend and foe blur, and Sylvania is forced to navigate the treacherous landscape, his fate hanging precariously in the balance.
Are you a casual reader or a true fan? Hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari to make it official. We've got Isno standing face to face with someone. Isno's not alone. There's someone talking to him, but that someone is not visible in this panel. Isno's body is tense, and his hands are clenched into fists. The person speaking to Isno is clearly not happy, judging by the tone and the language they're using. Isno's got his back against the wall. A dishonorable act will get him expelled from the academy, and it seems like he's already in trouble. The stakes are high.
Stop. You're wrong.
Isno's trying to reason with the person, but it's not working. They're not backing down, and Isno's getting desperate. He knows he can't afford to get kicked out of the academy. His future is on the line. Ed's on the move. He's got one goal in mind: clear out of these woods and create a life for himself. But there's one problem: 4 female leads won't leave him alone. As a third-rate villain, Ed's presence starts to alter the timeline, and events of the game begin to shift. The stakes are high. Can Ed navigate this new reality while staying under the radar?
Stats maxed.
Ed's resolve is firm, but temptation is growing. He's constantly being watched by the 4 girls. His goal is to earn a scholarship and be set for life. The obstacle is the 4 girls who won't leave him alone. Ed decides to take a different route to reach his goal. He changes his actions and heads to the lake at the southeast of the forest. As a result, the timeline starts to change and events in the game begin to shift. Consequences start to pile up.
If you go to the lake at the southeast of the forest, you'll find a hidden path.
Ed's decision will have unforeseen effects on the girls and the game.
This is bad news for Ed. Fiona's involved, and that means the girls will be too. He needs to keep his distance, but it's getting harder. He's got to figure out a way to keep his scholarship hopes alive without being seen.
Stats maxed.
Ed's action is to try and find a way to prove his worth. What's the obstacle? The girls are getting closer, and Isno's expulsion is imminent. Ed remembers Meryl's words. She said finding it would be something she didn't accomplish on her own. He uses this information to come up with a plan. He quietly slips away and observes Isno's situation, searching for an opportunity to act.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Ed's plan unfolds, and he's determined to use this new skill to help Isno. What will be the cost of his actions? Ed's action is to throw bait at the situation, hoping to lure the girls away.
These girls are relentless, but Ed's got a plan: to stay under the radar, blend in with the crowd, and let the world forget he's even here. The problem is, Ed's got a talent for getting noticed, and his scholarship is on the line.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
We're now at the school's opening ceremony, and Ed's trying to keep a low profile. The faculty and students are all excited, but Ed's feeling like an outcast.
Stop. You're wrong.
Ed's presence is starting to make everyone uncomfortable, especially Isno's friend, who's clearly not pleased to see him. Isno's got a fire in her eyes, and she's not backing down.
Ciliania's fledgling swordsmen stumble into a nightmare as a mysterious force destroys their makeshift training grounds, plunging them into chaos with nowhere to run. The weight of failure crushes Ciliania as she grapples with the loss of her students, her own sense of purpose wavering under the pressure of an uncertain future, her dreams slipping away like sand. Tension simmers as M's whereabouts remain unknown, leaving a trail of unanswered questions and a void that threatens to consume everything, as the Academy teeters on the brink of collapse.
New Manhwa, new chapters, same quality every week. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and make it part of your routine.
Stop. You're wrong. Brian, Ed's trying to evade these girls, but they just won't give up. Dean Rex is trying to keep an eye on Ed as well, but the more Ed stays hidden, the more attention he draws. Ed's trying to balance his desire to stay hidden and his need to get the scholarship. He's walking a tightrope, and one wrong move will send him crashing.
Ed Rothstaler's frustration boils over as Fenia refuses to back down. He's fed up with being chased by these 4 women who just won't leave him alone.
Stop it, Ed. You yet. The Dean's words echo through his mind. You'd better not cause any more trouble, or you'll be the first to be kicked out. His anger is a tangible force, weighing him down like an anchor. Ed takes a step forward, his jaw locked in a fierce expression. She may look naivy and dumb outside, but she's really independent-minded. He thinks he's being clever, evading Fenia's advances, but his actions speak louder than words. Every step fuels his desperation. Over, she says, her voice laced with determination.
The wolf's gaze never wavers from Ed's, and Lucy's voice cuts through the air once more. It keeps talking to you. The air seems to thicken as the wolf's presence grows more intense. Lucy's words are laced with a warning, a hint of desperation. It's asking you to someday save Janica at all costs.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Ed's heart beats faster as the scene crystallizes in his mind. He's trapped, caught in a web of events he doesn't understand. The wolf's eyes seem to hold a warning, a prediction of the chaos to come. Ed's world has just turned upside down.
Janica Fey Lover, a second-year genius spirit sorcerer, unleashes her devastating magic, obliterating KZ's defenses as their epic clash reaches its boiling point, leaving the entire academy on the brink of chaos. Janica's ruthless display of power has left KZ mortally wounded, shattering their bond and forcing the former friends to confront the harsh reality of their destructive rivalry. One that may never be mended. A faint whisper echoes through the darkness, a mysterious syllable gong that hints at an ancient power rising from the shadows, casting an ominous shadow over the battered survivors of the Academy's treacherous landscape.
The author left a massive clue for the next arc. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari so you don't miss the breakdown.
Save Janica at all costs. Ed, can you keep up? WWVV, Bebat, the tension in the air is already too much. These women are taking risks to save Janica, but Ed is being forced to confront his past. What blocks him? His own self-doubt.
I'm in. I won't let you down.
Ed's got a new target, his reputation, and he needs to ace it if he's going to get that scholarship. But the pressure's piling up. He's got 4 girls on his tail and they won't let up. He needs to stay focused if he wants to come out on top. But there's a problem. His past keeps haunting him and his stats are maxing out. What's Ed's plan?
Stop. You're wrong.
Ed's got a tough decision to make. He can either play it safe or take a risk and see what happens. His heart's pounding in his chest, and he's got a bad feeling about this. Ed spots Janica from a distance, her silhouette a dark shape against the sun. Ed freezes, his legs refusing to move forward. What does Janica want from him? Ed's heart pounds in his chest, his mind racing with possibilities. He tries to push himself forward, but his legs won't budge. Janica's presence is suffocating. Ed feels trapped. He knows he's got to make a choice: run or face Janica once and for all. Ed takes a deep breath. He's ready to face whatever comes next. Janica's words still linger in Ed's mind. Don't go back to sleep. He lies down, his chest heaving with exhaustion.
Don't go back to sleep.
Ed steps forward, but Janica's warning echoes in his head. His legs feel weighed down, like they're stuck in quicksand. His doubts creep in. What's the point of running at a mage like her barehanded? The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Ed steps forward, his legs like lead, but Janica's warning still echoes in his head. He's not sure why he's moving. Maybe it's desperation. Ed checks Janica and sees her concern genuine this time. He also sees her power, the aura of a mage so strong it makes his skin crawl. Now it's either get away or face her.
The key action or twist of this chapter is Lilith frantically searches for 2, her thoughts racing as she desperately tries to locate the mysterious boy whose words continue to haunt her, echoing through the empty halls of the academy. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost are. Lilith's grip on reality begins to slip as the constant whispers of 2's name and cryptic messages leave her questioning her own sanity, the lines between reality and delusion blurring ominously. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward is Lucy Merrill finally emerges from the shadows, her piercing gaze fixed intently on Lilith, as the air is thick with an unsettling anticipation, leaving viewers wondering what sinister intentions lie beneath her enigmatic smile.
The next chapter recap drops in days. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari before it goes live. Now let's get into the story. We've got Victor calling out to Lucy Merrill. What does he want? He sounds urgent. When Victor says, Lucy Merrill, what he wants is her attention. What blocks him is Lucy's distant gaze. What happens is Victor runs towards her, his footsteps echoing through the scene. What is the cost? Victor now looks worried. Has he made a mistake? Lucy Merrill. The next thing we know, Lucy Merrill responds to Victor. What does she want? She's trying to protect someone. What is her goal? Protect the person in question from an attack. What blocks her is not knowing the extent of the threat.
Ed's got a dark past, altering test results and embarrassing his juniors. His reputation precedes him. The consequence is Ed's juniors knowing his true nature. Talie's in a precarious position. What happens when his secrets are exposed?
Ed Rothstaler used his position to embarrass his juniors. Shameless.
Can Talie trust Ed now? Ed's past catches up to him. His juniors remember his wrongdoings. The obstacle is Ed's legacy. Ed's got a new goal. Prove himself as more than his mistakes. The consequence is Talie looking on with a mix of fear and hope.
He was sure to be like that in the past.
Ed Rothstaler's eyes widen in shock as he processes the information being fed to him. He looks like he's been punched in the gut. His hands clench into fists as he struggles to wrap his head around his new reality. He can feel the weight of his past bearing down on him, the mistakes he's made, and the opportunities he's blown. His anger and frustration simmer just below the surface, waiting to erupt.
What did you say?
Ed's reaction is swift. He channels his emotions, focusing on the rush of adrenaline. His body language changes. He's no longer defensive. His face darkens, and his eyes burn with a fierce determination. He's ready to face whatever comes next.
Ed's still trying to process what's happening, but Talie's pushing him to confront the truth. Ed's not sure if he can trust Talie, but he's got a feeling that Talie's onto something.
The reason you picked on Talie is because you needed a reason to be expelled from the family.
Ed's eyes are narrowing and he's getting angry. He's not sure what to make of Talie's words, but he's getting a bad feeling. Ed's trying to figure out what's true and what's not, but Talie's pushing his buttons. He denies the accusations, but Talie's not backing down. Ed's getting defensive and his face is flushing. He's furious Talie's accusing him of such a thing. Ed's trying to relax, but he's been warned to pay attention to the complicated politics at Sylvania Academy. He's still worn out from his previous ordeal, and this is a new environment. It's nothing like the palace. He needs to adjust. Suddenly, he's confronted by Talie, who's got a direct issue with him. Ed's instincts kick in, but what does he want to achieve here? He wants to get away from the conflict, but what blocks him? Talie's got him cornered. Ed's got to think fast and come up with a plan. What happens next? He's got to outsmart Talie to get out of this situation. What is the cost? He risks losing face and becoming an even bigger target.
Victor's desperate cry echoes through the halls as Lucy Merrill's name is whispered in fear, her reputation forever tarnished by the cruel words of her peers in the Extras Academy. Lucy's heart shatters as she's brutally cast aside, losing the only chance at redemption and acceptance in the cutthroat world of extras, leaving her to pick up the pieces of her shattered dreams. In a shocking twist, Ed Rothstaler's life hangs precariously in the balance, his fate hanging by a thread as Aryla Riss, the true heroine, bears the weight of his survival on her shoulders, with time running out.
Hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari. You've already spent time here. Make it count. What does the mysterious figure's words mean? And what lies ahead for Ed, Brian, Ed wants reassurance that Noah won't be offended by his actions. The stakes are his emotional well-being and possibly his relationship with Roth. I walk through the woods with Noah as she talks about how Ed's actions didn't align with his character last year. I feel my expression soften, and I take a deep breath in. Nora, was like you addition, Brian. But Noah's words mean something more. She's saying Ed can change. His hands stop moving, and I give a genuine smile. Ed's past mistakes can be redeemed. For now, Brian. Noah's words are a reminder that Ed can change, that his past mistakes can be redeemed. His presence in the game affects the timeline, but Noah's not judging him. Yet, Brian. Ed wants to know the truth about Noah's reactions. The stakes are his emotional well-being and possibly his relationship with Noah. The time is already minutes past midnight. My hands feel the weight of my decisions, but I don't back down. Brian. Noah's words mean she's willing to listen. Her body language changes, and she leans forward as she speaks. Brian. I'm getting a read on Noah, and so far, she's not giving me any warning signs. My instincts are telling me to keep pushing forward. Brian. Ed wants to know what people really think of him. The stakes are his reputation and possibly his place in the game.
Taylor's desperation reaches a boiling point as she's forced to choose between her pride and the harsh reality of her dwindling resources in a desperate bid for survival. The weight of her decision hangs heavy on Taylor's shoulders as she struggles to reconcile her initial confidence with the cruel realities of the Academy's unforgiving environment, leaving her shaken and uncertain. The consequences of her actions remain ominously unclear as Taylor's carefully constructed facade begins to crumble, and she's left vulnerable to the machinations of her cunning adversaries who will stop at nothing to exploit her weakness.
You got lucky finding this video. Don't rely on luck twice. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. We're about to witness the most intense initiation in the Academy, but our story begins with an unlikely hero, a third-rate villain, Ed Rothstaler. He's broke, homeless, and hated by his family. Now he's got a new goal: earn a scholarship to graduate and set himself up for life. I'll survive by any means necessary. Little does he know, his presence is already disrupting the game, and the timeline's shifting. Time to navigate treacherous relationships and unravel the mystery of the Academy's true intentions, all while staying out of the spotlight. Ed's resolve is put to the test. Ed's past comes back to haunt him as Senior Janica shows up, introducing herself as the new student council president. Ed is stunned, and his past mistakes come flooding back. What does this mean for his relationships with the other students? I didn't expect to see you here. Ed realizes it's getting harder to avoid the ladies. He doesn't want any trouble, but he can't take their pressure off. Lortelikelm keeps showing up, and her presence is like a punch to the gut. Ed's desperate to keep his head down. He's got his eyes on Phinia, but she might not be the only one watching him. What if Senior Janica finds out he's living in the woods?
You're a hard nut to crack, aren't you?
Ed's got some soul-searching to do. Can he really keep hiding from his past? His body language screams he's not ready to face Lortelikelm. He's moving like a wild animal, trying not to be seen. Ed Rothstaler wants to keep a low profile, but Lortelikelm's presence makes it hard. She's the golden daughter of Phinia, a prominent figure, and Ed knows befriending her will give him influence. Ed must decide how much involvement he's willing to take on with her. He's cautious, but his curiosity gets the better of him.
You're a hard nut to crack, aren't you?
What's driving Lortelikelm's determination to befriend him? Is she after something more than friendship? Lortelikelm wants Ed to tag along to a camp with her. Ed's hesitant, knowing his presence might attract unwanted attention, but he also sees this as an opportunity to learn more about Phinia and possibly gain a connection.
The key action or twist of this chapter unfolds in a heartbeat as Ed, Lord Telekelm's golden daughter, reveals her true intentions, unleashing a sinister plot that threatens to upend the entire academy. The emotional stakes cut deep as Ed, Lord Telekelm's wounded past is exposed, her long-forgotten scars ripped open, now a heavy burden weighing her down, her resolve shaken to its core. The cliffhanger hangs precariously as Ed, Lord Telekelm's compromised position leaves her vulnerable to the Academy's ruthless forces, her fragile alliance hanging by a thread, destined for a disastrous confrontation with her enemies.
The next arc is darker, faster, and hits harder. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and don't miss a second. Bel Maya, the world's most powerful mage, just teleported us into a deadly showdown. Ed Rothstaler, our third-rate villain, tries to keep a low profile, but these 4 females just won't leave him alone. He's disowned by his family, kicked out of the dormitory, and now living in the woods. His goal is to stay under the radar and earn a scholarship. The obstacle is Bel Maya herself, with her overwhelming magical prowess. Ed tries to reason with her, but she's not going to back down. His action is to make a split-second decision, which results in him teleporting with Bel to an unknown location. We've just materialized in a desolate area, surrounded by crumbling buildings. Ed realizes he needs to keep away from the protagonists, but 4 female leads won't leave him alone. He's got a goal: earn a scholarship and graduate for life. Ed Rothstaler's caught in a pickle. 2 high-rank spirits, Tarkhan and Velosfer, show up uninvited, and not just any spirits, but a berserk fire spirit and a spirit of darkness. His instincts scream, this is a death wish. But someone's behind this. It's clear Velosfer's power is too great for any ordinary student. Ed suspects a medium, and his eyes fall on Janica, a senior and top student in spirit studies.
That's suicide. I'm not going.
But here's the thing, Velosfer's power is meant to be out of a spirit sorcerer's control, and Velosfer's natural enemy is actually a spirit sorcerer. Ed knows this is a trap. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Let's dive into the story of the Extras Academy Survival Guide.
Characters are on high alert as Elka's ominous warning sends ripples through the academy, leaving everyone scrambling to contain the unknown threat that's closing in with alarming speed. Jinju gains a renewed sense of purpose after witnessing his friends' unwavering dedication to their studies. But at what cost to his own fragile self-esteem and uncertain future as an outcast? The ominous words of Elka still echo in the air as Jinju and his classmates rush to prepare for the coming storm. But will their defenses be enough to withstand the people and powers gathering outside the barrier's fragile protection?
The next chapter recap drops in days. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari before it goes live. Right now, Ed needs a home, but the harsh reality of the woods blocks him. He decides to reach out to Elka, who has family connections that might lead him to safety. He moves, hoping to find a place to stay. Ed's life depends on finding a way to stabilize. He's out of options, and desperation fuels every decision.
Welcome to my family.
But what does acceptance mean when you're a third-rate villain, and your presence is already altering the timeline? Ed's life is about to become a minefield, and he's not even sure what's real anymore. Ed's expression turns grim as he assesses their situation. His hands move swiftly as he gathers materials to block the entrance to their shelter. The obstacle is the impending arrival of the berserk low-rank spirits. Ed's voice is steady. In a little while, the berserk low-rank spirits will come. I should block the entrance so the berserk spirits don't come in. Ed's eyes are locked onto the strangers, sensing an unexpected connection. The atmosphere is charged with unspoken emotions and unresolved tensions. Ed's instincts tell him to proceed with caution, to uncover the secrets behind this mysterious presence. Who is there? What do they want? What blocks them? What happens? What is the cost?
So that's the kind of person you've always been. Ed's face remains impassive, but his expression betrays a deep-seated unease. He senses a hidden weight behind the stranger's words, a hint of a deeper, more complex dynamic.
Ed's eyes narrow as he tries to decipher the stranger's true intentions.
Stop. You're wrong.
Ed's instincts scream to move quickly, but he's stuck, physically and emotionally. He's been trying to avoid the protagonists, but his presence keeps changing the timeline. What's the cost of this chaos? Ed's actions are now affecting the entire story.
A figure emerges from the darkness, eyes locked onto the Extras Academy, with an aura of power that sends shivers down the spines of the students as they struggle to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Tears of relief fill Yunchel's eyes as he finally reunites with his sister. But the bond they share is now tainted by the weight of his newfound awareness, leaving him grappling with an unshakable sense of guilt. The eerie silence is broken by the ominous whisper of TLL's voice as he takes charge of one side, while the other students remain oblivious to the sinister forces gathering in the shadows, waiting to strike.
There's a reason the system is acting like this. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari to uncover the truth. The princess is ordering the team, assigning them roles, and Ed Rothstaler is supposed to be part of the group that lures Janica into their trap. Clebius, Lortel, and Ed Rothstaler are in it to catch Janica, while Taylor, Jix, Alvira, Isla, and the princess herself will take down Janica.
Stop. You're wrong.
The princess orders them to focus on their plan, and she stresses that they're running out of time. She tells them not to die, and under any circumstances. The entire narrative is centered around one phrase: the Extras Academy Survival Guide.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Now let's see how the team will execute their plan. Nail Hall corridor is buzzing with activity as Clebius tries to stall for time with a fire lizard. Jix seems confident that they can win, but only if things go according to plan.
Don't worry, Clebius.
Ed Rothstaler takes a deep breath. He ponders whether to muster courage and face the battle. Ed spots Nail heading towards the joint combat training area. He notices Nail's determination. He realizes this might be bad news. Nail wants to train for a crucial raid. Ed is worried about getting caught. He checks his surroundings, thinking of a plan. Ed decides to stay low, avoiding the action. Ed gets a warning from Lortel, signaling Nail is onto him.
Stop.
Ed recalls during the joint combat training, he blew up Nail's ceiling with intermediate rank magic. Ed thinks Nail might have a grudge against him. Ed decides to leave Nail to his training and pretend like it's nothing. Ed stays hidden, observing Nail. Ed's instincts tell him to be cautious. He's got a bad history with these characters, especially Nail. He recalls blowing up her ceiling with intermediate rank magic during joint combat training. Ed thinks Nail might have a grudge against him. He decides to stay hidden, observing Nail and her team, and wonder what will happen if Nail finds out about the magic. Ed's instincts scream at him to move. Nail's team is closing in. He spots Nail, Glocked, Kate, and Janica. Nail's determined to find him, and Ed can see the anger in her eyes. This could get ugly quickly.
The key action or twist of this chapter. Song Jin's desperate attempt to boost morale reaches a boiling point as he's forced to confront his own fragility, leaving him shaken to his core, his mask of confidence shattered. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Eunho's reckless decision to hide his past sets off a chain reaction of guilt and isolation, causing him to push away those closest to him, including his loyal friends. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. Eunho's fragile relationships hang in the balance as he's confronted by a mysterious figure from his dark past, threatening to expose the truth and shatter his already fragile sense of self.
We're building the ultimate Manwa guild right here. Hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari and join the ranks. Ed knows he needs to keep a low profile, avoid the main characters. No trouble, no drama. Easy enough, right? Wrong. These four females, Janica, Os, Clebius, they're following him everywhere. They just won't leave him alone. Stop. You're wrong. Janica, no patience here. Ed's got a situation on his hands, and he can't let his emotions get the best of him. His goal is to get through this without anyone noticing him. But with these females breathing down his neck, it's like they're hunting him. He's got to stay one step ahead. His obstacle, the main characters, they're everywhere and Ed's trying to blend in.
Janica's life is on the line, and Ed's the only one who can save her. But he's still stuck in this world as a third-rate villain. He's got to use his wits, his skills to get her out of this alive. That means Taylor's party must have entered the last phase, right? Ed's got a lead and it's a good one. Janica's got a chance to escape, but Ed's still not out of this world yet. He's got to keep moving, keep fighting. The game is on the line, and Ed's the only one who can save it. He's got to think fast, move faster. Every decision counts, and he's running out of time. Windblade.
Janica bursts onto the scene, frantic and worried about something. She's got a mission briefing in her hands, and she's clearly in a rush. Ed tries to assess the situation, but Janica won't let him get a word in edgewise. A debt is still a debt, after all. Clebius chimes in, trying to tell Ed that the scholar's debt still has to be paid. Clebius means business. Ed knows that the scholar's reputation is on the line, and a failure will ruin everything. Ed starts to sweat. He can feel the weight of the debt bearing down on him. My gosh.
We're back to Ed Rothstaler, still trying to keep a low profile in the woods. His goal is to stay hidden from the players, especially Janica, Os, and the others. But he's got a problem now. Janica's in trouble, and she needs his help. Her life is at risk, and she's being hunted by someone or something.
Janica's world is turned upside down as her mysterious father reveals a hidden truth, leaving her reeling with shock and betrayal. Janica's emotional fortress crumbles as she faces the dark secrets of her family's past, forcing her to confront a painful truth about her own identity and her father's motives. As Janica's father disappears into the shadows, she's left with more questions than answers, torn between loyalty and deceit, and struggling to maintain a grip on the fragile relationship they share.
Every week there's a new chapter. Every week people miss it without the subscription. Don't be one of them. Manwa with Hari.
Stop me, please. This time, she's not asking what she usually means. This time, she's genuinely asking him to intervene.
But why does Janica want him to stop her? What's at stake for her? The truth is, her mental state is at risk. If we don't get to the bottom of this, she might spiral out of control. With Lucy and Velocifer not far behind, Ed knows he needs to act fast. What does Ed decide to do? Does he trust Janica or keep his distance? He's torn between helping her and looking out for himself. With each passing moment, Ed's resolve weakens. He takes a step forward, but what does this mean for his survival? Will Janica's actions put him on the radar again? Let's dive into the story beats of the Extras Academy Survival Guide.
Like it or not, you're part of this now, Lucy says, her voice measured, but firm. We need to talk about what's going on. I grit my teeth. I know I'm in trouble.
Thanks for giving me genuine advice. I gotta get back to the Arphilus Hall now to report my suspension. My eyes narrow. What's next? Will she reveal my secret, or will I be the one to change the course of events?
I'm Ed Rothstaler, a man with a new life, a new chance, and an insurmountable goal. Earn a scholarship to graduate and secure my future.
Ed's got a goal now. Avoid getting caught by the female leads, especially Janica. But his new neighborhood has become a makeshift home for Lucy, and she's got other plans. Ed's trying to stay under the radar, yet Lucy won't take no for an answer. What's holding him back is the ever-present risk of his secret getting exposed. What happens next is...
The yearly top students' privileges are brutally abolished, leaving Anna's hard-won achievements in shambles as the once celebrated student is now stripped of their status. Anna's mind is shattered by the loss of her title, the privileges, and the glory, her sense of identity crumbling with each stolen benefit. Her world turned upside down in an instant. As the academy descends further into chaos, the ruthless removal of top student benefits ignites a sinister plot twist. The true mastermind behind the drastic changes remains hidden, waiting to strike.
High-quality editing, perfect pacing, zero filler. If I delivered, hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari. Young Master Ed's world is turned upside down. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, wakes up with no memory of his past. His hands shake as he tries to stand, and his head spins. He takes a deep breath and tries again. This isn't a nap tower. He looks around and realizes he's not at the dormitory. A burning urge to survive takes over. Ed must earn a scholarship to graduate and set himself up for life. He needs to get out of this situation and fast. What the hell is going on? Ed's desperation is palpable. He looks around, trying to process his situation. Ed needs to keep moving. He can't afford to waste any time. Janika's concern may seem genuine, but it actually triggers Ed's defensiveness, pushing him to be more guarded. Ed must resist getting close to her or he risks everything. Janika's kindness blocks Ed's goal of maintaining distance.
I'm here to listen. What's on your mind?
As Janika continues to talk, Ed starts to open up, sharing his concerns and fears. This newfound connection might be the catalyst for a deeper friendship, but at what cost? Janika's kindness may change the game's events, altering the fate of the protagonists.
I think I understand. You really want to make it big, don't you?
Ed's got to figure out who's behind that hut and why they built it for him. But the problem is that he's got 4 girls poking their noses into his life. Janika, Belle, Marilda, and the others aren't far behind. He can't let them get too close, but they won't leave him alone. Ed decides to put up some distance, but Janika and Belle are hot on his heels. They think they're helping, but Ed's not sure what they want from him.
I'm here to help.
Janika's words are laced with concern, but Ed's not buying it. He's got to keep his distance, or he'll never figure out what's going on. Janika's concern feels like a trap. Ed's instincts scream to stay away, but his curiosity gets the better of him. He wants to uncover the truth about his hut and its mysterious builder. The thought sends a shiver down his spine. His hands start to fidget with the wooden frame. Ed realizes the hut is a lot more than just a shelter. It's a key to understanding his reality. The silence is starting to wear him down.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
But what exactly has changed? The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Ed's on the clock. He realizes who's calling the shots, and his next move will decide everything. But who is on the other end of this conversation, and what do they want from him? Become middle boss.
The key action or twist. The Extras Academy president reveals a shocking truth. The new student body's deaths are skyrocketing, and defaults are being labeled as moral failures with severe social consequences. The emotional stakes. Our protagonist's reputation is now forever tainted by being one of the many students who can't pay their debts, forcing them to confront the harsh reality of their own social isolation and diminished prospects. The cliffhanger. With the president publicly shaming those who defaulted on their loans, the entire student body is left wondering who will be next, fueled by anxiety and suspicion as the atmosphere descends into a toxic culture of fear and betrayal.
Show everyone you know your stuff. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and stay ahead of the curve. Ed's caught off guard by unexpected visitors. Echo, Nora, and an unnamed character are outside his makeshift home, trying to make small talk. They're friendly, but Ed's guarded. He doesn't want to get too close. Paus's eyes narrow, laughs, scoffs, chuckles, hands, clencrolls her eyes. Ed Rothstaler, our main character, is a sly one. His goal is to keep a low profile and earn a scholarship at the Extras Academy. Ed's trying to play it cool, but the conversation is getting more complicated. Ephiros asks about Lucy, and Ed is hesitant to discuss her.
About Lucy, does she do that often? Ed's hands are now firmly crossed, trying to hide his growing unease. He doesn't want to draw attention to himself.
Ephiros presses on, asking Ed if he's indifferent towards Lucy. Ed's response is blunt, but his voice is laced with a hint of concern.
Don't mind her too much. The conversation is taking a turn Ed didn't expect, and he's struggling to keep up.
The stakes are rising. Ephiros asks Ed for a favor, and Ed's instincts are screaming at him to be cautious. Ed's frustration boils over. He's fed up with the system's inequality. He demands equality in grades for the inferior students. Ed's words echo through the land of learning.
Stop. You're wrong.
His demand sparks a mix of emotions in those around him. Some are inspired by his conviction, while others are intimidated by his boldness. What will happen next? The crowd surges forward, excited by Ed's words. They're drawn to Awfulous Hall, where the doors are open. The students are eager to enter, to taste the power of change.
The key action or twist of this chapter. Our protagonist's daily life at the Extras Academy is turned upside down as their long-held secrets begin to unravel, threatening to expose their true identity to the entire school. The emotional stakes. The weight of this revelation crushes our protagonist, forcing them to confront the fear of being discovered and ostracized, leaving them questioning their very existence within the Academy's walls. The cliffhanger. As tensions escalate, our protagonist's closest ally is caught in the crossfire, forcing them to make a heart-wrenching decision that will either save their friend or seal their fate, leaving their future hanging precariously in the balance.
There's a twist coming that nobody sees coming. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari, you'll want to be ready. Lortel just set off a chain of chaos, and now his entire family is marked for destruction. He's got a price on his head, and only one way to stay alive. Keep moving. Lortel sets off into the unknown, evading those who'd love to put a bullet in his brain. He's got no allies, no friends, and no home to call his own. His life is a constant game of survival.
You're just like me.
And what's that supposed to mean, Lortel? Have you ever killed someone, Lortel? Not in self-defense, not in war, but just because you needed to survive. Lortel chuckles, his expression a mixture of humor and nervousness. Ed's words are a warning, and Lortel is about to receive a harsh reality check. He looks at her with a mixture of anger and frustration. His goal is to make her understand the gravity of her actions, but the cost of his past mistakes is still uncertain. He takes a step forward, his voice raising in intensity.
Person, me.
Ed's words are a punch to the gut, and Lortel is reeling from the impact. Ed's decision is made, and he's about to leave Lortel behind. He looks at her with a mixture of regret and determination. His goal is to survive, but the odds are still against him. Ed's trying to navigate his way around Lortel, but she's not giving up. Her goal is to get him to go with her. But there's an obstacle. Ed's too cautious. He doesn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Ed's action is a sharp assessment. He looks at Lortel, weighing his options. His consequence is a resolute nod. He decides not to go, and Lortel looks on, frustrated.
Ayala, stop her.
Lortel's trying to reason with Ed, but he's having none of it. His goal is to protect himself. But there's an obstacle. He's starting to crack under the pressure. Ed's action is a firm warning. Ed's smile falters, but he quickly recovers, intrigued by Lortel's bold claim. What's she planning, and what does she know about his situation? Kai, Ed Rothstaler, what do you want? I'm hungry. I need to leave the woods. Kai, your stomach's growling, and the woods aren't going anywhere. What's stopping you? Your stubbornness is... Brian. Ed's stomach's growling, and he knows he can't stay in the woods forever. His goal is to leave and find a way out, But he's nonchalant about his past violent experiences. What's stopping him? His own stubbornness. Ed doesn't seem to care about the risks. He decides to move anyway, despite the obstacle. He takes a step forward. Ed's determination to survive is evident in his actions. Ivy, stop. Rosengarten's sinister intentions are revealed as she unleashes her hidden power, putting the entire academy in grave danger of her unbridled fury. Chaos erupts. Her resolve weakened, Huang Hiwu's world is shattered by the truth of her past, leaving her vulnerable to the harsh realities she's desperately tried to keep hidden, her heart now exposed. As the truth about Rosengarten's powers hangs in the balance, the fate of Huang Hiwu and the academy students hangs precariously in the air, their lives threatened by the consequences of Rosengarten's actions. Thousands of Manhwa fans have already subscribed to Manhwa with Hari. It's your turn. My magic ring is shattered, and I'm staring down the barrel of zero raw combat power. It's a ticking time bomb waiting to blow my entire existence to smithereens. This guy caused the chandelier to drop, used the tiny opening he got to cast a firewall all so he could target my bag? Kai's frustration is palpable. He can't believe the audacity of this stranger who's threatening his very livelihood. He's not out of options yet. Things just got real. Our guy's got his back against the wall. Ed knows he's in trouble. He's got no magic tools, no elixirs, no backup. What happens next? He draws a strange item from his inventory, a butterfly flower reagent. But will it be enough to take down this group of formidable opponents?
Apply release magic.
The wind blade hurtles towards Ed, but our guy's not giving up yet. He stirs the reagent, a burst of color and energy exploding from the mix. The blade is late, our guy's already prepared for it. What happens next? He siphons off the blade's force and channels it into his own magic. Ed decides to make a break for the window, hoping to escape the inferno. He swiftly moves towards it, his senses heightened as he watches for any signs of danger. Ed feels a twinge of panic. What if this doesn't work? The thought sends a jolt through his body. He readies himself to act, determined to get out of this situation alive.
Ion Taylor. Ed's instincts are screaming at him to keep moving, but his mind is racing with doubts. His hand shakes as he reaches for the window latch.
Ed grips the latch, hesitating for a moment as he weighs the risks. The smoke is intensifying, making it harder to think straight. The stakes are higher than ever. Ed's raw combat power without magic tools or elixirs is at risk. He's desperate to keep a low profile, but his presence is impossible to ignore. Ed's determination is admirable. He refuses to back down, no matter the cost. Are you insane? Ed's jaw sets in a resolute line as he prepares for the worst. He knows he's walking a thin line, but he's ready for whatever comes next. Ed Rothstaler knows why he's been forced to flee, but it's clear he's not going back to the dormitory anytime soon. He's desperate to keep a low profile, but his presence in the woods is impossible to ignore.
Taylor's world is turned upside down as she discovers the devastating truth about her long-lost father's dark secret, threatening to destroy everything she thought she knew. Her heart is shattered into pieces as she's forced to confront the harsh reality of her family's past, leaving her with an unbearable sense of loss and regret that haunts her every waking moment. With the truth finally revealed, Taylor's grip on reality is tenuous at best, and the consequences of her father's actions are now hurtling towards her like a runaway train, leaving her helpless to stop the impending doom.
The best way to stay ahead in any manhwa? Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. We do the reading, you enjoy the story.
Stop. We can't go in there. It's not safe.
Ed Rothstaler is wide awake, and he has to get out of here. He has minutes to make it to Awfulus Hall, but the woods are treacherous. His goal is to avoid Janica and the other heroines, but his presence keeps changing the timeline. He can't let anyone see him yet. Just take care of your chemicals. Sorry about tearing your bag. As he moves forward, Ed thinks he's getting away, but Janica appears out of nowhere, ordering him to keep up. Ed's hands won't stop shaking. He tries to stay calm, but Janica's presence makes his heart skip a beat. He doesn't want to get caught, but at the same time, he's drawn to her. Ed Rothstaler's got a problem. There's probably not much time left, and he's running out of options. Ed thinks back to his previous life, but can't remember why he's in this precarious situation. Suddenly, the air is filled with an unsettling energy. Ed's hands start to shake, and his anxiety reaches new heights. Ed? Oh. Escaping reality Ed Rothstaler, now living in the woods, is a third-rate villain trying to keep a low profile. He's determined to stay out of the way of the game's protagonists. Janica is there, and she's got a personal connection to Ed. They met at a camp, and she feels a strong bond with him. Ed finally speaks up, but his words are laced with pain and regret. He's trying to make amends, but it's clear the damage is done. Alice, the other girl, is responding to Ed's words, but her tone is gentle and reassuring. What is Ed's goal here? Is he trying to find forgiveness? Or does he just want to move on from the past? I'm lucky to have you by my side, Alice.
The key action or twist of this chapter. Janica is taken by the Academy, leaving Yu Ji-hoon desperate to rescue her, while Seo-hee's past is revealed through a shocking connection. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Yu Ji-hoon's desperation to save Janica is matched by Seo-hee's crushing loss of a loved one, as she grapples with the weight of her family's dark secret. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. Janica's fate hangs in the balance as Seo-hee's past threatens to tear them apart, leaving Yu Ji-hoon racing against time to prevent a catastrophic outcome.
This is where the real fans gather. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and find your people. The second floor boss is already down, but Klebius' next words are more terrifying still. He can barely breathe. Something is waiting outside, and he can feel it. Every second feels like an eternity. Who? Brian, Will Lane, and the rest of the Academy. What? Stop Will Lane and get the angler we'd reagent. What blocks them? Timing is everything here. Brian's got to act fast before Will Lane takes matters into her own hands. What happens? Brian knows he's got to put everything on the line if he wants to make it out alive. What is the cost? The stakes are higher than ever. One wrong move and it's game over for Brian. Ed realizes Alice's intentions are not pure. She wants him to team up, but he's not sure if he can trust her. The forest is full of danger, and Alice's presence doesn't make him feel any safer. Her eyes seem to be holding a secret, one that could change everything.
Stop hiding something from me.
Ed's instincts scream at him to be cautious. He's already been deceived once, and the thought of getting hurt again makes his gut twist. Alice's grip is like a vice, and Ed knows he needs to think fast if he wants to escape. He tries to shake off her hand, but she holds tight. Ed needs to get back to his room before Elt shows up. He's desperate to avoid detection. The stakes are high, and his reputation's on the line. He grabs a carrier pigeon and thinks this'll be his ticket to escape, but his mind's racing. There's always a chance something might go wrong, but Ed's gut's telling him otherwise. He can feel it, something's off. He double-checks the room, and his hands won't stop moving. He's on the verge of panic. Ed's gut's telling him something's off. He double-checks the room, his hands won't stop moving. He's on the verge of panic.
Send the carrier pigeon.
He decides to send the carrier pigeon anyway, hoping to escape the chaos. His mind's racing, but he can't shake off the feeling that he's missing something critical. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm down.
Leah her hands.
Okay guys, we're getting to an intense part of the story. Ed Rothstaler has been stuck in this game world, and now he's got to navigate this maze of floors and bosses. Alice and the others won't leave him alone. He needs a scholarship to graduate, But things are about to get complicated. Finish this task, or everyone will suffer. Ed looks up at Alice, Clebius, and will lane three formidable foes waiting for him on the opposite floor. Clebius, the cold-blooded second-floor boss, sneers at Ed. You're nothing but a third-rate villain. Do you really think you can succeed where others failed? Ed grits his teeth. He can't back down now.
The key action or twist of this chapter unfolds rapidly as Yuno unleashes a maelstrom of assisting magic, forcing the enemies to stumble backward in disarray. His determination and skill on full display. The emotional stakes are deeply personal as Yuno grapples with the weight of his newfound connection to the assisting magic. His sense of identity and purpose hanging precariously in the balance, as he wonders what it truly means to be an extra. The cliffhanger hangs ominously as Yuno finds himself face to face with a mysterious figure. Their intentions unclear, but their aura a palpable threat, casting a dark shadow over the fragile alliances and uncertain future that lies ahead.
The next arc starts soon and it changes everything. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari, you'll want to be there. Ed realizes he's got to get out of this situation before things get any worse. He's not sure what the stakes are, but he knows he needs to escape. Janica and Jix are talking to him, but he's not listening. He's on the move, his hands are already moving, not even looking back. He's got a new plan, and it involves getting out of there before it's too late.
Stop. You're wasting time.
Ed knows Arya's right. He's got to get out of there before things escalate. He spots three other girls, Janica, Jix, and a mysterious fourth watching him from afar. They're not supposed to be here. Ed's got to keep his head down and avoid drawing attention. But with the Academy's defense on the brink of collapse, the stakes are higher than ever. He starts to move quickly, not even looking back. He's got a destination in mind, somewhere safe, where he can regroup and figure out what's going on. The other girls are closing in, but Ed's got a plan. He's gonna get out of there no matter what. Ed's got a choice to make, and it'll change everything. Will he convince Janica and Jix, or will they turn their backs on him? The fate of the Extras Academy hangs in the balance. What happens next? Ed's trying to convince Janica and Jix to join his plan to occupy Awfulus Hall and burn a hole in the Academy's finances. He believes it's the only way to create a chance for success. But their reactions are crucial, they're either in or out.
Stop. You're wrong.
Their pushback has Ed rethinking his approach. In a tense standoff, Ed must convince Jix and Janica to work together. The stakes are high, and the pressure's mounting. Can Ed trust them to have his back? He's counting on them, but what if they let him down?
You should have run when you had the chance.
Ed's decision to stay hidden has given him an upper hand. But for how long? The Academy's forces are closing in. What happens next? Ed Rothstaler's got a serious problem on his hands. The administration is closing in, and he needs to keep a low profile to survive.
As the Extras' dark past shatters the Academy's tranquil facade, the truth finally begins to unravel, threatening the very foundations of their new reality. With this explosive revelation, Kim Hyun-jae is left reeling, his trust in his mentors shattered, and his sense of identity hanging precariously in the balance. The Academy's sinister forces are now hot on his heels, as he's forced to confront the darkness within, leaving him with a haunting question. How far will he run to escape his true fate?
Every recap is written for fans who actually care about the lore. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and never lose the plot.
Stop. This isn't about you.
Ed's trying to stay hidden, but his ability to share skills with his twin is making him a target.
You had your chance. Now kneel.
The stakes are higher than ever. Ed's got to survive the night and keep his scholarship. But what will be the cost of his actions? Will Ed emerge victorious, or will he succumb to the pressure? The outcome is far from certain. Ed's got a goal: finish his job without drawing attention.
Ed tries to convince himself that his skills are his own, not hers, but this newfound connection to Alice is making it harder for him to keep his distance. As a result, he starts to see the combat faculty in a different light, specifically, the swordsman, who's still an unknown entity in Ed's life. Ed's goal remains the same, stay under the radar, but the stakes have just gotten higher. The final battle is on the horizon, and Ed's role in it is unclear.
Ed's resignation is complete. The carrier pigeon has arrived, and the combat faculty is aware of his withdrawal. What blocks him is the aftermath of his decision and the potential repercussions. His action is to integrate into the new environment and start anew. What happens is that Ed begins to explore the game from a new perspective, and the stakes are higher than ever. The cost is that he's exposed himself to new dangers, and his survival is no longer guaranteed.
As the dark forces close in, Haryu's desperate gamble unleashes a catastrophic explosion, engulfing the entire Extras Academy in a maelstrom of smoke and flames. The weight of failure crushes Se-yun, who's forced to confront the loss of her closest friend and the shattering of her own dreams, leaving her on the brink of emotional collapse. The fate of Se-yun and the entire academy hangs precariously in the balance as the mysterious figure behind the explosion remains hidden, their true intentions waiting to be unleashed like a ticking time bomb.
The real villain hasn't even shown their face yet. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari to find out who it is. The horseman just became the enemy we're trying to hide from. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, is now living in the woods, trying to stay under the radar. But the horseman's plan is to draw attention, no matter the cost. Ed knows the horseman is loyal, but how far will he go?
Stop. You're wrong. Wait, what?
Ed's trying to keep a low profile, but the horseman's drawing attention from all the wrong people. Ed's got his secrets, but he's got feelings too. Who does he trust?
You're pretty close with her, aren't you? Yeah, pretty much. She's a good person.
Ed's browsing through his life skills, but everything's maxed out: intermediate craftsman, specialty none, handiness level, design level, gathering ability level. What's the catch?
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked. Ed's got a new chance to level up, but what's the cost? What new skills and opportunities are waiting for him in the shadows?
Ed's been living in the woods for a while, trying to stay away from the protagonists, but 4 female characters just won't leave him alone. His hands are visibly shaking, and he glances around nervously, weighing his options. He decides to take a stand, and his face twists into a mixture of fear and determination.
Ed Rothstaler wants to protect his sanctuary from unwanted visitors. He's been living in the woods for days, trying to avoid the gamers who keep getting too close. His eyes scan the trees, and he spots a figure with a unique scent. Basil. He can smell the basil. His instincts kick in, and he reaches for his sword. Ed's hands tremble as he listens to the conversation. He's not sure if he's making progress or just digging a deeper hole. The woman talks about selling magic engineering equipment, and Ed's eyes widen. He's never seen anything like that before. He looks around, trying to process the information. The woman offers to sell it to him, but Ed's unsure if he can afford it. He glances at his inventory, trying to decide.
I think I can sell it to you at a really discounted price. Brian, Ed's hands on his hips, a mix of frustration and annoyance.
Horseman charges headfirst into the fray, drawing a torrent of attacks from the enemy as he desperately tries to keep his promise, his life hanging precariously in the balance. Ed's relationship with Eun-young hangs by a thread as he struggles to come to terms with the weight of his own emotions, leaving him vulnerable to the whispers of his troubled past. The cabin's fragile solitude is shattered as whispers of a long-buried secret begin to circulate, threatening to upend the delicate balance of power within the Extras Academy, plunging its inhabitants into a maelstrom of uncertainty.
There's a reason the system is acting like this. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari to uncover the truth. Janika's world is crumbling. Her loyalty is now in question, and she's in bed with the missing Ed Rothtaler, the infamous third-rate villain with a notorious reputation.
Stop. He's not who you think he is.
Ed realizes that if he sticks out, he'll ruin Janika's reputation. He also knows that keeping a low profile is impossible with 4 young women: Janica, Lady Clara, Lortel Ketchuln, and Lady Belle hellbent on getting close to him. His hands are already sweating. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Stop. He's not who you think he is. But Lady Belle is not the only one with a plan. Ed is starting to realize that he's not just a pawn in this game, he's a key player, and his actions will determine the course of events. I'll just play along, then. After all, there's no such thing as a permanent enemy or permanent ally. But Ed's words are laced with a hint of desperation, and he knows that this game of cat and mouse is far from over. Ed's limits are already being tested by Janica. She's getting pushy, and he's getting frustrated. He wants to show her his strength, but he's worried about losing control. Janica wants to push him to his limits, but she's not thinking about the consequences. Ed's obstacle is his own fear of hurting Janica, but his action is getting angrier by the second. The consequence is Janica's relationship with Ed is at risk of being discovered.
How upsetting, Tilda. They say people don't like others pushing or pulling too much.
Ed's patience is wearing thin. He wants to make Janica understand that he's not here to play games.
Next time, let's have you pull a little.
This isn't over.
The truth finally unravels, revealing Ed as the mastermind behind the secret society, leaving his relationships with Alice and other characters on shaky ground. Ed's revelation sparks a mix of shock and heartbreak within Alice, forcing her to confront the depth of Ed's betrayal, her trust shattered into 1,000 pieces. As the secrets continue to unravel, the fallen noble's fate hangs precariously in the balance, his malevolent intentions threatening to destroy the delicate balance of power within the Academy.
The story's about to escalate in a way that changes the entire series. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and stay tuned. Here's the start of the story, Brian style. Ed's got a lead and he's following it. He's trying to gather information without raising suspicion, but it's not easy. He's got 4 girls after him, and they won't leave him alone. Ed's just trying to stay one step ahead of the game. He talks to one of the girls, Anise.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked. It looks like Ed's about to get in over his head.
Ed tries to focus on the conversation, but his mind keeps drifting back to Anise's words. He wants to be honest with her, to tell her how he feels. Ed's magic power has just upgraded. His spirit connection is on level, and he can now learn intermediate magic. Ed's excited. This is what he needs to survive. But what's the catch?
It's an unbelievably useful survival tool.
Ed's too busy staring at his magic power details to notice Anise's concern. She wants to help him, but he's not ready. Not yet.
If he needs anything else, I'll teach you about the power of connection.
Anise is searching for Ed in the northern woods. What's driving her? Her concern for Ed's safety, her desire to help him. She's moving quietly, trying not to draw attention to herself. The problem is, she's getting tired, her body aching from the exertion. Anise's determination is clear. She's not going to give up. Not now that she's found Ed. The cost? Her own safety, her ability to keep a lid on her situation. Anise's eyes lock onto Ed's, a mix of concern and understanding on her face.
Ed, wait.
Ed's quiet life in the woods is disrupted by Claire's investigation into the Awfulest Hall takeover incident.
The key twist of this chapter is happening now. Roth Taylor's goodwill is met with harsh reality, sparking a fiery explosion of emotions as he desperately tries to make things right. Roth Taylor's attempts at gratitude have led to devastating consequences, leaving him feeling guilty and accountable for the hurt he's caused, as the weight of his mistakes threatens to crush him. The cliffhanger remains: what will happen when the truth about Roth Taylor's actions comes to light? And will he be able to survive the fallout when his friends and allies finally learn the truth about his betrayal?
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. That's it. Just do it. Get ready for a frantic wake-up call. Ed Rothstaler finds himself living in the woods, with no memories of who he is or how he got there. His first goal? Figuring out his identity. His hands are shaking, and his head is pounding. He spots a figure in the distance, Lucy. Ed's got a problem. He has no idea what kind of danger Lucy poses or what her intentions are. He decides to get moving, quietly approaching Lucy for a closer look. His priority is to avoid confrontation and gather more information. But as he gets closer, Ed realizes he's not just approaching Lucy. He's walking into a nightmare. Ed's got a problem. He has no idea what kind of danger Lucy's friend poses or what her intentions are. He decides to get moving, quietly approaching Lucy for a closer look. Ed finally feels a sense of pride after engraving the dagger. He wants to show off his creation, but his hesitation is clear. The obstacle is his self-doubt, and the action is he's about to share his work with the assistant professor. Ed's consequence is he's taken a step forward, and the assistant professor reacts with excitement.
You've taken another step forward, young Master Ed, Sisahai, an occasion to rejoice.
Ed's memories are hazy, but one thing is clear: he needs to keep away from the protagonists. The obstacle is his own notoriety, and the action is he's trying to avoid Lucy, Janica, and the others. Ed's consequence is he's stuck in this game with no escape. I need to stay hidden for now. Ed takes a deep breath and moves forward, trying to get the lay of the land. The assistant professor's words are laced with an ulterior motive. Ed's feeling of unease grows, and he wants to know what's going on. The obstacle is his own curiosity, and the action is he's about to listen to the assistant professor.
Good job, Claire. Principal Abel Comita say that Sylvania's financial situation is already desperate.
Lucy's in trouble, and I need to rescue her. Ed's trying to keep a low profile, but somehow he still gets tangled up with her. He's desperate to avoid any connection to his past life, but Lucy's already in danger. Now he's stuck. Ed's goal is to get Lucy to safety, but his obstacle is his own past. He's trapped between his old identity and the new one he's trying to build. Ed's action is to try and rescue Lucy, but his consequence is he's going to have to confront his own demons.
I need your help, Ed.
The key action or twist of this chapter. Ed's overwhelming power leaves Lucy Merrill speechless and unable to use her abilities, exposing her vulnerability to the rest of the Academy, and putting everyone on high alert. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Phineas gains a shocking revelation about Ed's past, but at a steep emotional cost as she's forced to confront the depth of her own feelings for him and the danger they pose. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. As tensions escalate, Phineas and Ed's complicated relationship becomes a powder keg, threatening to ignite a firestorm that could engulf the entire Academy and destroy everything they hold dear.
By this time next week, the internet will be blowing up over this manhwa. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and be ready. At TN Extra's Academy Survival Guide, isn't it about time I acknowledged his resolute demeanor while fishing at the camp? His calmness and precision when he gave orders to solve the situation during the glass.
Don't get sick.
He's listening to his own advice. Ed's making a conscious choice to avoid any potential threats. Ed is trying to conserve his energy and just survive. But Ed is curious about the situation around him. He wonders what's happening at the Academy. The Extras Academy Survival Guide isn't going to write itself.
Epic battles unfold as students face off against the Academy's ruthless instructors, with alliances formed and broken in the heat of the fight, pushing the Extras' survival skills to the limit. Janica's emotions reach a boiling point as she grapples with the harsh reality of her own mortality, her relationships with friends and rivals now tainted by the weight of a ticking time bomb. In a shocking twist, Alvira's true intentions are revealed, leaving Taylor and Clebius reeling as they confront the dark underbelly of the Academy's secretive world, their trust and loyalty hanging precariously in the balance.
You're already watching. The next step is obvious. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari like the rest of the fans. The son you exiled was not the real enemy. I am. Crapen Rothtailor's words echo in my ear, but his expression tells a different story. A story of disdain and disappointment. My heart burns with a fire I've never felt before. I'm Ed Rothstailor, the third-rate villain your family disowned, and I'm not going anywhere. You've got a lot to learn, boy. Crapen Rothtailor, the noble head of a ducal family, stands before me with a mixture of anger and worry etched on his face. But I see the truth behind his eyes. He's hiding something, and I aim to find out what. Ketchuln's face doesn't change expression, but her voice is laced with a hint of amusement. What is she thinking? A single bid auction with no upper limit. The key is knowing the opponent's maximum bid amount. Ed's eyes narrow as he calculates the price. He's trying to figure out Lortel's strategy. His hands move swiftly as he performs the math in his head. What's the cost of his actions? He's risking his own financial security to stay in the game. The game's dark nature is what bothers Ketchuln. She can't believe someone would order Lortel to attack Crapen. Her voice is laced with amusement, but that's not the only reason. Ed's gotta make some cash and fast. He figures anyone willing to buy the sage's grimoire might be willing to help him out. He's desperate for a break. Ed starts browsing the black market, looking for anyone who might be interested in buying the ancient tome. His eyes scan the crowd, searching for any signs of a potential buyer.
Widgetry purchase certificate of Te Grimoire. I can ask for any favor.
It's a long shot, but Ed's gotta take it. He knows his family's reputation is on the line, and he can't let his own failures bring them down. The stakes are high, and Ed knows he can't afford to make a mistake. Ketchuln and her father are playing a game of power, but Ed is trying to stay out of it.
I'll go first.
What's Ed's next move?
The price tags and transaction records of way more books are racing through Yunoa's mind as he desperately tries to recite them by heart. Every detail a matter of life and death. The weight of this impossible task is crushing Yuno, who has lost his only hope of escaping the Extras Academy's merciless system, now forced to rely solely on his own fragile memories. The clock is ticking down as Yunoa's exhausted eyes scan the page, the scroll hovering precariously in the air, ready to be snatched by the ruthless Crapen and used against him.
The best way to stay ahead in any manhwa? Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. We do the reading, you enjoy the story. Luke, our favorite Ed Rothstailor, wakes up in the woods, trying to comfort himself. Connor, the mysterious guy who's been taking care of him, enters the scene. Luke's emotional well-being and acknowledging his struggles are at stake. Connor's presence offers a sense of relief. Connor's voice is, "Remember, Connor. Relieved to see you're better now. I was so worried." Luke, his hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice. Connor's presence still brings him a sense of relief. Connor. Relieved to see you're better now. I was so worried. Luke. His hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice. Connor's presence still brings him a sense of relief. Connor. Relieved to see you're better now. Here's the thing, Ed thinks he has a choice, but he doesn't. He needs that scholarship, and he can't afford to waste any chances. He looks up, a hint of determination in his eyes, and he decides to make a plan. I was planning to say that to him at the end, but seeing him like that messed up my plan. It seems Ed's presence has already affected the timeline, because Lon, one of the female leads, shows up and tells him his plan is already compromised. She's not just telling him, she's almost...
Ed's eyes lock onto the figure standing before him, Professor Glass. He knows he shouldn't be here, but he can't look away. The professor's words cut deep, and Ed feels his grip on reality begin to slip. In desperation, he reached out and stole the sage's sea grimoire. The weight of that decision hangs heavy in the air, and Ed's future seems to be hanging by a thread. He's trapped in a world of his own creation, and he doesn't know how to escape. Ed's face twists in a mixture of fear and determination.
You had your chance.
The status effect exhaustion finally takes hold, plunging Ed into a critical state as his teammates race against time to save him from the brink of collapse. Ed's exhaustion has left him vulnerable, and the weight of his secrets threatens to crush him. But even in his darkest moment, a glimmer of hope flickers, fueled by the love and support of those around him. As Ed's fate hangs precariously in the balance, Huang Sunmi's sinister intentions come into focus, and the true extent of her manipulation is left shrouded in uncertainty, casting a dark shadow over the Extras Academy.
Lock in your weekly entertainment. Hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari and let the stories come to you. Ends with Ed living in the woods, desperate for a chance to redeem himself.
Ed's desperation grows by the minute. He needs to catch up on his studies, but his low magic engineering stats weigh him down. The pressure is suffocating. He looks around for any clue, and spots a strange hourglass in the corner of his room. His hands instinctively reach for it. Ed's hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice. His mind racing with worst-case scenarios, he knows he can't afford to fail. Ed Rothstaler is desperate to earn a scholarship. His low magic engineering stats are his biggest obstacle. He decides to observe the school from afar, staying out of sight. His plan is to study the students, their habits, and the school system.
Ed finally gets the chance to talk to Professor Glast. Glast is charismatic and confident, but also enigmatic. Ed asks about the war, and Glast reveals a hidden agenda. Ed feels uneasy, sensing that something is not quite right. He presses Glast for more information, but the professor only smiles, his eyes glinting with an air of mystery. Ed leaves feeling more confused than ever. What secrets is Glast hiding? Ed is desperate to avoid being the protagonist, but a distraught Paisy finds him in the woods, begging for help. Ed hesitates, fearing his meddling will alter the timeline. What does he do? Please help me. Ed grips his dagger tightly, unsure if he should intervene.
Stop.
Ed's anger boils over as Paisy demands to know if he's decided to fight back or come up with a plan. Ed seizes the opportunity to reason with her, but Jiangdaman appears out of nowhere, sneering at Paisy's desperation. Jiangdaman's condescending tone pushes Ed to his limits. Ed Rothstaler is in the woods, trying to keep a low profile, but his presence is changing the timeline and events of the game. He knows he needs to stay away from the protagonists, especially since his actions could jeopardize the entire story. Ed has heard rumors of the Glass Conquest War about to start, and his low magic engineering stats are a concern.
Talented students, eager to grasp the sage's grimoires, find themselves in a fierce competition, where only the strongest will claim the sacred texts, pushing them to their limits in a desperate bid for power. Hyan, driven by his unyielding desire to protect his daughter, is forced to confront his own self-righteous obsession with talent, risking everything he thought he stood for in the process of self-discovery. As alliances are forged and broken, suspicions rise about Yaren's grimoire, fueling a maelstrom of tension and treachery within the Extras Academy, where the line between loyalty and betrayal becomes perilously thin.
This channel isn't for casual viewers. It's for the ones who actually care about the story. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Ed's image has an uncanny resemblance to one of the Academy's biggest figures. He's not sure what it means, but Ed's starting to feel the weight of his new identity. He's trying to keep up the facade, but it's getting harder by the minute. No dialogue available. Ed's biggest fear is being discovered, but it's not just his own life that's at stake. His presence is changing the timeline, and it's clear he's got a lot more to learn about his new world and the people in it. Ed realizes he's not like the Academy's biggest figures. But what does it mean? He tries to maintain the facade, but it's getting tougher by the minute. Ed's situation becomes more pressing. Mr. Abel Forcius has relinquished his right. The acting head steps forward, ready to receive the connection. Ed's world is crumbling, and he's getting pulled into its depths. But who is Mr. Abel Perseus, and what does his relinquishment mean? Ed tries to piece together the events, but they're fragmented and unclear. Ed tries to process it all, the sage's scroll, the timeline changes, the risks, but his mind is racing, and his thoughts are on the Academy's schedule. There's too much to process and not enough time.
ACC.
Ed's been around the block a few times. He's seen battles and fought villains. Ed's a hot mess. He can't even keep his cool in front of these girls. Who is there? The 4 females who just won't leave him alone. What do they want? They're trying to get his attention big time. What blocks them? Ed's stubborn pride. What happens? He tries to intimidate them, but his words come out all wobbly. What is the cost? His dignity's already on the floor.
Lies.
Ed's getting exposed. Not just physically. He's got a secret identity that's about to get blown. Jinmo Elise Taylor will definitely come if we wait here. Ed's counting on it. But does he have the right to say Jinmo's name? He's got more questions than answers. Alright guys, it's time to dive into the next chunk of the Extras Academy Survival Guide. Ed Rothstaler is living in the woods, trying to stay under the radar while the game's story unfolds. He's got a scholarship to aim for, and he's determined to make the most of it.
Stop making this so complicated. It's just a job.
The key action unfolds as Master Ed's shocking revelation shatters the extra's fragile trust, leaving the students stunned and reeling in a whirlwind of uncertainty. The emotional stakes skyrocket as Master Ed's shocking admission has Hai-Yun grappling with the heavy burden of her past, her resolve wavering like a leaf in a tempest that threatens to consume her. The cliffhanger looms as Seo-eun's life hangs precariously in the balance, her fate now inextricably linked to the treacherous games of the Academy's power players, leaving her future hanging by a thread.
Lock in your weekly entertainment. Hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari and let the stories come to you. My man Ed Rothstaler is at his wit's end. He's desperate to survive and can't even enjoy a simple walk in the woods. His hands are clenched, and his eyes are narrowed. He's already thinking, "Please, help me." He whispers to himself, the urgency clear in his voice. His breath comes in short bursts as he takes a step forward, his jaw locked. He's ready to face whatever comes next. But little does he know, his presence is disrupting the timeline, and the girls are going to make sure he's part of the action. "Please help me." And the girls? They're hot on his trail, ready to take on whatever the game throws at them. He can hear the rustling of leaves, the snapping of twigs. They're getting closer. Hurry up, we can't be late. Alright guys, we're in the midst of, and things are getting intense. Ed Rothstaler, our main character, has managed to avoid the female leads for now, but he knows they won't give up easily. His goal is to earn a scholarship and graduate, but being a third-rate villain in a game means he has to navigate the complex web of relationships and power struggles within the Academy. Ed's thinking of taking matters into his own hands, but he knows it's a risk. He's not ready to face Professor Glass's wrath. Not yet. Ed's eyes are fixed on the principal's back as she walks away, leaving him to his doubts. Seeing the principal being so nonchalant about the grimoire, I will personally retrieve it. Ed's face darkens as he realizes he's not the only one on a mission to get the grimoire. Ed's mind is racing with possibilities, but he's still frozen in place. The sound of rushing water and the principal's determination to get the grimoire are making it difficult for him to think clearly. Isla is getting desperate. She's not the only one who wants something from him. Professor Glass and Jix are closing in on him. Ed spots Dorothy, the top student in the alchemy department, and he realizes she might be his only hope. Ed's already in a bind. Janika's here, offering him help. She's got a personal stake in this. Ed's tempted, but what's the catch? Janika wants to marry him off, have a kid. That's not what Ed signed up for.
Stop. You're wrong.
Janika's words cut deep, but Ed's not buying it. He's not one to be swayed by romance. He's got a scholarship to win, and that's all that matters. Ed's got a plan.
Help me. I'm being watched. The sound of rustling leaves makes Ed's head spin. He's not sure if it's his imagination or the real deal.
The key action or twist of this chapter is unfolding in real time as Taylor is stunned into silence by the mysterious figure's ominous words. You're not the one who should be holding it. The emotional stakes are razor-sharp as Taylor's grip on the grimoire falters, reflecting the crushing weight of secrets and lies that threaten to shatter their fragile sense of identity. The cliffhanger hangs precariously in the air as Taylor's eyes lock onto Dorothy's. The air thick with unspoken meaning and a foreboding sense that their world is about to be turned upside down forever.
New recaps go live every week. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari before this one is buried in your feed.
Time to get your priorities straight. What happens next? Let's dive into the world of the Extras Academy Survival Guide. I'm your master narrator, Brian.
Ed's got a problem. He's been living in the woods, trying to fly under the radar. But now, there's someone else here, someone he trusts.
Who else can I trust but you? Ed's grateful, still processing everything. But he's got a job to do. I'm so grateful forever. Thanks for doing this for me this whole time. Ed's thinking, trying to remember what this is all about. Do you need a receipt?
But here's the thing, Ed is getting worried that he made a wrong turn. He's been walking through the woods for hours, but the familiar landmarks are nowhere to be found. Which way? She asks, eyeing him with concern. Ed looks around, trying to assess his surroundings. He takes a deep breath, attempting to remember the sequence of steps he took to get here. His heart is racing, and his mind is racing with the possibilities. We need to hurry, Ed. We have a lot of ground to cover.
The key action or twist of this chapter. Lucy's words of encouragement ignite a fierce determination within Ha-young, propelling her to confront her unresolved feelings and take a bold leap of faith towards their uncertain future together. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Lucy and Ha-young's heart-to-heart conversation yields a profound understanding of their bond, but also exposes the vulnerability and risk that comes with trusting and surrendering to their emotions. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. As the night wears on, tensions between the students simmer beneath the surface, threatening to boil over into chaos, leaving Lucy and Ha-young caught in a precarious web of secrets and unspoken fears.
New Manwa, new chapters, same quality every week. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and make it part of your routine. Let me dive into the story, guys. The Golden King's mercenaries just descended upon Arkan Island like a dark storm cloud, and the king himself is nowhere to be seen. We must not delay. I'm Ed Rothstaler, and I'm trying to keep a low profile here. But Golden King Elt's new move just disrupted my carefully laid plans. Stay back, follow me, he orders his mercenaries. They're not exactly subtle, are they? His presence is a ticking time bomb, and I need to stay one step ahead if I don't want to get caught in the crossfire. The mercenaries' arrival on Arkan Island won't go unnoticed for long. We need to be careful, my friends. Ed's trying to keep a low profile, but Lortel's crew shows up, and they're not happy. They want evidence of Ed's involvement with the trading company's loss, but Ed doesn't want to get caught. Ed's hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice, trying to come up with a plan.
Stop. You're wrong.
But Lortel's not listening. He's already made up his mind. Chaos erupts as Lortel accuses Ed of being involved. Janica summons the continent's best mercenaries, her eyes blazing with determination. She orders them to finish Ed off quickly. Ed knows he can't take them down alone, but he also knows he can't back down. The mercenaries charge, and Ed prepares for the worst.
Finish them off, quickly.
Ed's got to react fast, or he'll become a permanent resident of the Academy's graveyard. Ed grits his teeth, bracing himself for the onslaught. His eyes dart between the mercenaries, searching for a weakness. Janika's defensive magic is no joke, but Ed knows a few tricks of his own. Ed quickly realizes that this item could be just what the Academy needs to get ahead. Problem is, it's going to change the course of the game, and Ed's in no position to handle the fallout. He's got to decide what to do about this newfound information, and fast. Ed Rothstaler's hands are shaking as he rummages through the woods. He knows his goal, earning a scholarship and graduating from the Academy. His hands won't stop moving, and he checks the exit twice. He can't afford to get caught by the Academy students, but 4 strong-willed women won't leave him alone. They're getting closer. He needs a plan, and fast. His hands won't stop moving.
The mercenaries hired by the Golden King elite have invaded Arkan Island, clashing with the island's forces in a fierce battle that will leave only one side standing. Ed's reckless behavior has finally caught up to him, as his actions put his loved ones in grave danger, forcing him to confront the harsh reality of his selfish decisions that have caused them so much pain. The fate of Arkan Island hangs precariously in the balance as the mercenaries close in, their intentions shrouded in darkness, leaving the island's inhabitants to wonder if they'll be able to survive the impending catastrophe.
Your support means more than you know. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and be part of something real. Ed realizes what's happening. He's trapped. He's surrounded by darkness, and there's no way out. His breath comes in short bursts. He tries to call for help, but his voice is lost in the void. The unknown threat closes in, and Ed's instincts scream at him to act. He charges forward, but what does he expect to find? His decision is made, and he charges towards the darkness with reckless abandon. He's not thinking about the consequences, only about getting out of this alive. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. It's moving, but where is he going? The outcome is set. Ed's done thinking. He's acting on instinct. His heart's not in it anymore. He's just trying to survive. Ed checks his surroundings, but his eyes are haunted. He knows the time for hesitation is over.
Okay.
Ed's world is shattering. His journey will end once and for all. The words Kaio scorch his mind, and he knows he's in grave danger. He recalls the girls from the village. They won't leave him be. Their interest is a luxury he can't afford, not when survival's on the line. Ed's instincts scream warning. Something's off. He starts to move, his eyes scanning the surroundings, anticipating the worst. The forest is treacherous, and he knows it.
No, Ed, don't.
Uno's desperate attempt to uncover the truth behind the mysterious numbers sets him on a perilous collision course with the Academy's dark secrets, threatening to shatter his very existence. Uno's fragile trust in his friends is shattered as he discovers the truth about their motivations, leaving him questioning whether he can rely on anyone, his heart heavy with the weight of betrayal and shattered loyalty. Kang Cheol-yong's cryptic warning sends a chill down Uno's spine as he realizes the Academy's true intentions are far more sinister than he ever imagined, and the clock is ticking away with no escape in sight.
Secure your access to the best manhwa recaps before the algorithm hides them. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Ed's trying to keep his emotions in check, but it's hard. The thought of being noticed by those 4 girls keeps popping up in his mind, causing him anxiety. His hands keep fidgeting, like they're trying to find something to distract him. But everything in his body says to run. His legs are ready to sprint. His muscles are coiled, all tense. The stakes are higher than ever. Ed's actions have changed the timeline. The grandpa figure is now closer, and Ed can see the determination in his eyes. Lucy's words still echo in Ed's mind. Stop. You're wrong. What does Ed do? He looks at the grandpa figure and sees a chance to redeem himself. Ed takes a deep breath and prepares for the worst. What's the grandpa figure's response? No more time for games. What does the grandpa figure mean? That Ed's actions have consequences? That Ed needs to face the music? Ed's heart is racing. He knows that he's in for a wild ride. Ed's pride gets the better of him, and he tries to shake Lucy off his tail. But she won't give up. He starts to feel trapped, like he's losing control. The stakes are getting higher. If he fails, he'll never get that scholarship. What he doesn't know is that his presence is already changing the timeline. He starts to wonder if it's worth the risk.
You're always so distant.
Ed's own isolation grows thicker like a fog. He's starting to lose his grip on reality. But he won't back down. Not yet. He glances at Lucy, then looks away. He's not sure how much longer he can keep this up.
Ed realizes his presence will soon change everything. His actions will have consequences. The cost is his own sanity. He's losing himself in the darkness. What have I done?
Give up, Ed. It's over.
Ed's desperation levels skyrocket as he trudges through the woods, completely on his own. His focus narrows. All he wants is to keep a low profile and earn that scholarship. But Lucy is hot on his heels, refusing to leave him alone. She's relentless. He tries to shake her off, but she just won't quit. Ed's resolve wavers. He doesn't know how much longer he can keep this up.
He's hiding something.
Ed's fingers wrap around the artifact, channeling the dark energy coursing through him. Lucy's words echo in his mind. Give up, Ed. It's over. Ed's gut tells him to back off, but something compels him to take the chance. The power emanating from the artifact builds, threatening to overwhelm him. Ed's eyes lock onto Lucy's, and he feels a spark of resolve. He takes a deep breath and begins the ritual. The ritual reaches its climax, the dark energy building to a fever pitch. Grandpa's presence now teeters on the edge of awakening. His legendary power stirs, a maelstrom of energy threatening to engulf everything.
Lee Donggun risks everything to reveal the shocking truth about Ja Doislnu, jeopardizing his relationships and future as his friends and mentors scramble to contain the chaotic aftermath. Emotions run high as Lee Donggun grapples with the weight of his secrets, struggling to balance loyalty and honesty, while gaining a deeper understanding of himself but losing the trust of those he cares about. Tensions escalate as Ja Doislnu's enigmatic past begins to unravel, leaving Lee Donggun and his friends vulnerable to a dark and powerful force, which threatens to destroy everything they've worked for.
The algorithm is unpredictable, but your subscription is permanent. Lock it in with Manwa with Hari. Janika's island is teetering on the edge. Mercenaries are closing in. Janika's allies are all that stand between them and the brink of disaster. Kiya! Janika charges forward, a fierce battle cry on her lips. But something's wrong. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, materializes out of thin air. Janika's eyes lock onto him. Her gaze says it all. Stop. You're wrong. Janika's plan hinges on Ed's absence. Now, her entire strategy is at risk. How can she possibly save the island from itself? Janika's island is teetering on the edge. Mercenaries are closing in. Janika's allies are all that stand between them and the brink of disaster. His heart sinks as he thinks about the price of his actions. Ed's hand grips the wooden slat tightly. He's trapped, with no clear path out. Janika stands by the entrance, Lortel lingering nearby, looking at Ed with a mix of concern and frustration. Ed wants to escape the situation without drawing attention, but the girls won't back off. Icon Find appears in the distance, speaking with the guards. The girl's tone is sharp. She means business.
You're in our way.
Ed's eyes dart between the girls, looking for an opportunity to slip away. Icon Find's voice rises, warning the guards to keep a close eye on Ed. A corpse lies under a moonlit Zelkova tree on the island. Ed Rothstaler is right in front of it, but he hasn't noticed it yet. His eyes are fixed on the trees nearby, scanning for any signs of danger. His breathing quickens as he senses something's off.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked. Suddenly, Ed hears whispers. Janica and Lortel are following him. They're armed, but their expressions are a mixture of confusion and concern. Ed realizes they've stumbled upon the corpse, and he's not sure how to react. His hands start to sweat as he thinks about the situation. The island's safety is at risk, and Ed knows he has to act fast.
Ed's relief is short-lived. His goal is to be happy for Janica, but the obstacle is his own selfishness and desire to have her around. Ed decides to take action. He says the right things to Janica, but he's not being genuine. The consequence is that Janica's not fooled, and Ed's left to wonder what just happened.
You're moving to the Dex Hall, right?
Ed's at his breaking point. He considers giving up on his goal to graduate and get a scholarship. Janica, Lortel, and Icon Find appear, refusing to let him go. Ed's tempted to accept their help, but he's worried about being a burden and losing his chance to restart. Icon Find warns him about the island's danger and the mercenary threats. Ed's torn between his desire for a normal life and his fear of putting others in harm's way.
Stop trying to be alone, you're not okay.
As the darkness closes in, Lucy's desperate cry echoes through the forest, her fragile body racked by unrelenting pain, a scream that signals a catastrophic shift in her world. Lucy's desperate struggle to survive is now entwined with her memories of her father, a bittersweet reflection that underscores her loss, a poignant reminder of what she's fighting to hold onto in a desperate bid for life. In a chilling revelation, Lucy's past is torn asunder as the truth behind her father's disappearance comes to light, leaving her reeling on the precipice of a devastating discovery that threatens to consume everything.
There was a hidden detail in this chapter you probably missed. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari, and I'll reveal it next time. Ed makes a move, but his words are laced with deceit. He says, "Really anything?" His tone is insincere, but Tay seems oblivious to the manipulation. Ed's actions are a thin veil for his true intentions, and Tay, trusting in their friendship, doesn't suspect a thing. Ed's camp life is dwindling. Winter break's coming, and he knows he can't stay if he doesn't act now. His solution? Spend every spare moment at the camp. He's attached to this place. He reveals it in his words, in the way he tries to convince himself it's not really over yet. But he knows it is. Ed's emotional why. He enjoyed it here, but now the thought of leaving weighs on him. His hands are moving, but his words betray a deeper unease. He's desperate to make the most of the time he has left.
I've really enjoyed spending time here.
The camp is about to lose its charm, and Ed knows it. He spots an application form for the Dex Hall dorm, a way to stay close to his classmates. His goal? Get into Dex Hall. His obstacle? The application process itself. He checks the form with a mix of trepidation and determination, knowing that his classmates are about to move on without him. He starts to fill it out, a plan taking shape in his mind. His consequence? The possibility of being left behind.
An application form for Dex Hall?
Lucy appears, a spark of excitement in her eyes. Ed and she start tackling the application together. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife.
Anis's carefully constructed world starts to crumble as semester-end evaluations expose hidden cracks in her perfectly crafted facade, threatening to upend her carefully managed existence forever. The weight of her secrets hangs precariously in the balance, as the strain of maintaining her dual identities leaves her emotionally drained and unsure if she can continue this charade without losing herself completely. Lucy's fragile trust hangs by a thread as she struggles to understand Annie's disturbing behavior, and the uncertainty of Annie's true intentions leaves Lucy's heart vulnerable to shattering. the consequences too dire to contemplate.
Thousands of us are reading this together. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and join the discussion. I'm falling into the pit, and I can already hear the walls crumbling. My body screams in pain as I stretch to reach the ledge, but it's too far. I realize I'm the only one who can stop the collapse. I grit my teeth and push, using every last ounce of strength to slow the slide. Stop! Glast's words barely reach me, but I sense his urgency and focus on pulling myself up. My hands find the edge, and I heave myself over just as the ground gives way. I'm not sure what's happening. Glast's magic seems to be working, but I need to make sure I'm ready to get back up by myself. You said it yourself. We don't have enough firewood. My resolve crumbles with every passing day. Survival's a luxury I can't afford. I need firewood, and I need it fast. Let's dive into the story of the Extras Academy Survival Guide. By the hour like I used to anymore. Ed's words echo in his mind. He's been trying to keep a low profile, but it's getting harder. The other girls are starting to notice him, and he can feel their eyes on him. Snore. Ed tries to shake off the feeling, but it's no use. He's a third-rate villain, and he knows it. He can feel the weight of his past bearing down on him. Ed's eyes fall closed, but he's not resting. He's waiting for his chance to escape, to leave this life behind and start anew. The cost? His freedom for now. Here we go, guys. This is it.
Jinwoo's fingers brush against the mysterious button on the end of Seiwa's sleeve, unleashing a shocking truth that will forever alter the dynamics of their relationship and the Extras Academy itself. As Seiwa struggles to process her newfound identity, Jinwoo gains invaluable insight into his past connections. But he also risks losing the trust of his closest friends, leaving their bond precariously fragile. The implications of Seiwa's transformation hang precariously in the balance as Jinwoo grapples with his loyalty to the person he once knew, and the sinister forces closing in on the Extras Academy threaten to unleash a catastrophic chain of events.
YouTube might never recommend this channel to you again. Don't risk it. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now. The Extra is a pawn in Ed Roth-Taylor's deadly game, and now she's the only one who knows the truth. She's really him too. He's Ed Roth-Taylor now, a third-rate villain with no family and no home. The world moves on without him, and he's just a ghost in the shadows. His survival depends on a scholarship, and he has to keep his head down. Ed realizes he has one shot at a better life, and that means blending in.
Stop following me, Janica. I'm not worth it.
Ed Roth-Taylor takes the warning to heart, but one look at Janica's determined face, and he doubts he can shake her off. Now Ed's got a new goal, to understand his family's dark past and what drove him to become the villain everyone thought he was. But Janica's still on his tail, and Clara's getting closer than ever.
You need to open up. Let me in.
Ed's heart is racing. Clara's words are a double-edged sword. He knows she's trying to help, but Ed's not sure if he can trust her. Is Clara the key to escaping his family's legacy, or is she just another obstacle in his path? Ed's world is turning upside down. Clara's words are exposing his deepest fears, but Janica's still lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. Ed's laundry routine helps him pass the time as he thinks about the upcoming semester and the new students who might disrupt his fragile peace. Tanya Rothstaler's decision to move and changes everything. Ed's family connections could either bring him closer to his goal or make his situation much more complicated.
Must be Tanya Roth-Taylor, right? Ed's thoughts are interrupted by Clara's nonchalant question, and he finds himself drawing closer to her.
Ed reveals that he knows Clara's intentions and shares his plans to stay in the woods for the break. He's desperate to avoid any more confrontations that might expose him to the people who care about him. Clara's outlining her plans to help the new students, but Ed's got a feeling she's hiding something. Ed, there's something we need to discuss. something that Clara and Janica are worried about.
He's got too many girls surrounding him, like a player character.
We'll create something he likes.
Tieran's secret is exposed, leaving her vulnerable as her fellow students now know her true identity and motives, shrouding their relationships in uncertainty and tension. Tieran's loss of trust has left her feeling isolated and disconnected from those she once considered friends. Her emotional vulnerability a stark contrast to her previously masked persona. As the truth about Tieran's past threatens to upend the delicate balance of power at the Extras Academy, her former classmates now walk a tightrope between loyalty and betrayal, their futures hanging precariously in the balance.
Only the top 1% of readers make it this far. Prove you're one of them. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Janica is drawn to Ed, intrigued by his story, yet hesitant to pry. Ed's past as a third-rate villain weighs heavily on his shoulders. He's worked hard to keep a low profile. But Janica's words cut deep. She's worried her friend might be bad news. Ed's forced to confront his reputation, his actions in the past a constant reminder of his family's disdain. He's not sure he can trust his own reflections.
You must have been tired from having to be a student all alone. Ed's face tightens, but he doesn't let emotions get the better of him.
Janica leans in, her voice barely above a whisper. You're not the kind of person I thought you were, Ed. You're...
Ed's decision has consequences. He needs to earn a scholarship, and fast. He's living off the grid, trying to keep a low profile, but the game's timeline is changing with his actions. He's got to tread carefully, for his own sake as much as for the sake of the game's heroes.
Stats maxed. New skills unlocked.
What Ed wants, to stay safe, to keep his new life intact. What blocks him? His growing reputation as a troublemaker, his desire to help but not get in the way. What he does, sets up a makeshift camp, trying to go unnoticed. Ed wants to stay safe, to keep his new life intact. Ed's goal is to secure Janice's assistance, but he's unsure if he can trust her. What blocks him is his own fear of failure. Ed pauses for a moment, collecting his thoughts. He looks at Janice, his eyes determined. I'll do anything, he says, his voice firm. I just need someone to believe in me. Janice smiles, and Ed can see the calculation in her eyes. I believe in you, Ed Rothstaler, she says, her voice dripping with conviction. But can you believe in yourself? Ed is determined to find a way to earn a scholarship, but his fear of being rejected blocks him. He takes a deep breath and decides to be careful when meeting people.
The plot thickens as a mysterious stone artifact is unearthed on Oran Mountain, shrouding Academia Northwest in an air of intrigue and deception, with dark forces stirring beneath the surface. Eun Hyun's facade crumbles as he's forced to confront the harsh reality of his family's legacy and the emptiness within, leaving him to grapple with the weight of his noble name and the consequences of his actions. A chilling revelation hangs in the balance as the true intentions of the mysterious figure known only as the benefactor remain shrouded in secrecy, poised to unleash a catastrophic storm on Academia Northwest, with no clear escape in sight.
You clearly have taste. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. It's what the real fans do. The reality hits him. Lucy's situation is a ticking time bomb. If she's sick, her magic can't release. He's got to act fast. There's no time for hesitation. Ed Rothstaler takes a deep breath and approaches Lucy, his decision made. Hua Di. It's not twisted. It's just empty. You've done something reckless. It's manageable. Ed's eyes narrow. This might just be the start of a very complicated friendship. Lucy's got no time to lose. Her magic's tied to her health. If she's sick, the whole operation falls apart. Ed's got one shot to get her help. He's at Lucy's bedside, the decision made. It's not twisted. It's just empty. You've done something reckless. Lucy's friend shows up, and the dynamic changes. Ed's caught between Lucy and this newcomer. The girl's talking a mile a minute, but Lucy's not impressed. The objective's simple. If you follow me and help me punish that man, I'll reward you the best I can. For example, there are a lot of reputable archaeologist researchers in the Island family. I can share the several antiques that are in the Rothtaler family. Ed's younger sister, Tanya, steps into the room, and Lucy's expression changes. There's something guarded in her tone, something Ed can't quite decipher. You're Ed's younger sister. Tanya smiles a thin line. What's going on here?
Yes, Annis is now explaining to someone why Ed stood out in his document processing skills, and it's clear that Ed's methods are unlike anything Annis has seen before. He was able to resolve practical issues at a standard hard to find amongst high-ranking nobles.
And yet, Ed Rothstaler was.
Annis is piecing together Ed's story. He's been living in the woods, surviving on his own. Ed's skills are a testament to his determination. He's been doing this for a reason, a goal, a desire. Annis's thoughts are racing, trying to make sense of it all.
It must have been hard to do it alone.
What drove Ed to make these sacrifices? We're diving into a crucial beat of the Extras Academy Survival Guide. Ed Rothstaler is in a new environment, far from the woods, and he's about to meet some of the game's notable characters. His goal is to avoid these new players, but let's see how that pans out.
The key action or twist of this chapter is unfolding intensely as the Extras organization plan takes a drastic turn, and the consequences of his decisions hang precariously in the air. The emotional stakes are at an all-time high as the Extra gains invaluable insights into Kim Tae-won's character, but also struggles with the weight of his newfound understanding, threatening to upend everything he thought he knew. The cliffhanger hangs ominously as the Extra's priorities are put to the test, and he's forced to confront the dark underbelly of his own ambitions, leaving his very survival at the Academy hanging precariously in the balance.
Welcome to the best Manhwa community on YouTube. Make it official, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. You're already running out of resources, and day 2 is still to come. Ed's hands are moving fast, gathering materials, but the legendary rank stuff is proving tougher than he thought. He looks up at the sky, and for a split second you see a hint of frustration on his face. His voice is steady as he says, "I just did it when I had time, so don't worry too much." But it's clear he's worried. His eyes dart between the trees, reminding us that safety is a luxury. The real worry is that the materials won't magically appear, so he gets back to work, his back to us.
You're not making it easy for yourself. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife.
The drama unfolds in the woods. Ed Rothstaler, our third-rate villain, meets the next in line to be Rothstaler's lord. Tanya looks at Ed with an air of superiority, her words dripping with disdain. "How dare you bring this kind of food to the next in line to be Rothstaler's lord?" Ed responds with a hint of frustration, his patience wearing thin. He's not trying to impress anyone, especially not the princess of the Rothstaler household. It's just some leftovers. Not worth your time, I suppose. Tanya's gaze doesn't waver, her confidence unshaken. She's not impressed by Ed's humility, and her words cut deep. Ed's eyes narrow, his smile frozen on his face. Ed realizes he's making Ed's life even harder. Tanya shows up, and Ed knows he can't fake it anymore. He expects Tanya to be a potential problem, but this is the opportunity for him to prove his worth. Ed takes a deep breath and decides to face her with confidence. His eyes lock onto Tanya, and he gives her a straightforward answer.
Stop. You're wrong.
Tanya doesn't hesitate, and she speaks directly to Ed, her words fueled by her confidence and superiority. Ed stays firm, his expression unwavering as he takes the challenge head-on. He knows he can't allow Tanya's attitude to get the best of him. The air is tense, and the silence stretches between them. Tanya's expectations are on high alert, but Ed keeps his cool. Can Ed keep his cool and not let Tanya's condescending attitude get under his skin? Ed Rothstaller's a third-rate villain in a game, but now he's living this reality. He's got to earn a scholarship to graduate, and the stakes are high. He's been surviving in the woods, keeping to himself, but his life's about to change. There's a reason why he needs to stay hidden. He's not just any ordinary guy. He's a third-rate villain with a reputation.
Stop. You're wrong.
Ed knows he can't let his past define him.
The key action or twist of this chapter. Yuno's desperate quest for legendary rank materials reaches a breaking point as the prices skyrocket, and he's forced to navigate the cutthroat world of Academy black markets. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Yuno's isolation deepens as he loses trust in his peers and allies, leaving him alone to face the brutal consequences of his choices, fueled by desperation and loneliness. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. The Academy's hidden forces tighten their grip as mysterious agendas unfold. Yuno's fragile alliances hang by a thread, and the whispered phrase "choose between a side" echoes ominously, foreshadowing a catastrophic reckoning.
We're building the ultimate Manhwa guild right here. Hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari and join the ranks. He's standing in the rose garden, his reputation already a grave in her past. Young Master Ed's charm is fading fast, Belle says, but beneath her facade, she's intrigued. Her curiosity gets the better of her, and she starts to wonder if they could have been friends if circumstances were different. Stop. You're wrong. His hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice, his mind racing with the risks of being discovered. He's a third-rate villain now, and his family's disowned him. But with the right scholarship, he might just make it through the Extras Academy. His future depends on it. I have no choice. I have to make a living here no matter what people think. The atmosphere is getting thick with foreboding. Something's brewing, and Ed needs to stay sharp. Panels dash, we've got Ed trying to navigate the situation. If you've got concerns, speak up. Sorry, I can't say it. Ed's trying to stay under the radar, but it's getting harder. Someone needs to talk, but the secrets are too deep. If you don't talk, you might not survive. Stay sub Tio Manwa with Hari, or you'll miss the climax. Ed's got a serious problem. 4 girls from the game won't leave him alone. Ed's in a desperate situation. He needs a scholarship to graduate, but he's not even in the game yet. He's living in the woods, trying to fly under the radar. His goal is to avoid the students, especially the female leads who seem to be drawn to him. The obstacle is his own reputation as a third-rate villain, which is bound to attract unwanted attention. Ed's action is to keep a low profile and focus on his studies. The consequence is that he's still just as broke and uncertain about his future as ever. But will his good intentions be enough to keep him hidden in the shadows? The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Ed's trying to keep a low profile, but the environment is changing. He's moved from a normal rank vision disc to a rare rank 1, which summons high-level monsters and even humans. Ed's aware of this shift and knows it's not a good sign. He's trying to adapt, but the stakes are rising. His actions are hindered by the sheer chaos around him. The consequence is that Ed's magic is being pushed to its limits. Ed's got a rare rank vision disc, summoning high-level monsters and humans. He tries to adapt, but the stakes are rising. His actions are hindered by chaos around him. Ed's magic is being pushed to its limits. He needs a plan. Now what?
Here's the conclusion segment for the YouTube Manhwa recap of the Extras Academy Survival Guide. The key action or twist of this chapter. A delicate bond forms as Onyx and his roommate's conversation reveals a newfound trust and understanding between them, their words flowing smoothly like a gentle stream. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Onyx gains a deeper emotional connection with his roommate, but he also loses his initial aloofness, exposing a vulnerable side that could put him at risk in the cutthroat academy environment. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. As Onyx's roommate thanks him for his help, their friendship hangs in the balance, waiting to be tested by the harsh realities of academy life and the impending challenges that lie ahead.
The best way to stay ahead in any manhwa? Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. We do the reading, you enjoy the story. Brian. I got eliminated from a blindfolded hand-to-hand combat match against Taylor, and I have no idea what hit me. Regret claws at my chest as I try to recall every detail of that fight. What if I had trained harder? What if I had been more alert? I replay the match in my head, but it's like watching a dream. Everything's a blur. Suddenly, my surroundings snap into focus, and I'm lying in the woods, the trees looming above me like sentinels. I struggle to sit up, my head spinning. In a normal scenario, you'd be done for. Brian. I glance around, taking stock of my surroundings. The woods are quiet, but I can sense movement.
Sorry. I should have been more careful.
And with that, the broken magic engineering item is lost forever. The timeline's going off the rails. What's next? Ed Rothstalers got to sprint to the altar, but he's blocked by a sea of students. His goal is to put the stone on the altar before anyone else does, securing a spot in Class A.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Ed's instincts tell him that there's more to it than just being the first to put the stone on the altar. He's got an intuition that it's not that simple. Instead of wasting his stamina, he decides to stay and observe the students. Ed's instincts scream at him to avoid this mess. His original plan was to stay quiet and observe, but now he's forced to react.
No. It's not that.
If he uses this altar, he might be able to extract the magic and temporarily use it. This is a risk, but it's worth considering. Ed's gotta weigh his options carefully. His ultimate goal is to stay alive.
The dark secret of Klebius' true intentions unfolds as he manipulates Annis to block the new students from reaching the altar, casting a shadow over the once innocent campus. Elric's apology is met with silence, a stark reminder that some wounds may never heal, and his fragile heart is left shattered by the weight of his mistakes, forever changed. The ominous warning from the seniors hangs in the air as they vow to block the new students' path, leaving their fates precariously balanced on the edge of desperation, with no clear escape route in sight.
There's a twist coming that nobody sees coming. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari, you'll want to be ready. Ed's magic erupts in a frenzy of sparks and energy. He's trying to dodge, but the blast is too powerful. He's getting hit and it's not looking good.
Physical force won't be blocked. The intensity of the magic is overwhelming, and he's stumbling back, trying to regain his footing. His face is etched with pain and panic.
Can he survive this? Ed feels an unexpected surge of energy building within him, and it's not just the wind that's responding. Ed's own body seems to be adapting, his cells working in harmony with the elemental force. His vision clears, and he sees a figure standing before him, its presence seeming to amplify the magic. Ed tries to shout, to warn the other person about the impending danger. His voice is barely audible, but it's enough to make the figure turn towards him.
I said 3-eye.
The key action or twist of this chapter is unfolding as Ji-hwan desperately battles to protect his friends, summoning every last ounce of strength against an unrelenting foe in this heart-stopping clash. The emotional stakes now lie heavy on Ji-hwan's shoulders as his failure to protect his friends exacts a crushing toll, leaving him to grapple with the weight of his own inadequacy and crippling self-doubt. The cliffhanger hangs precariously in the balance as Ji-hwan's defeated state leaves him vulnerable to the sinister intentions of Cinerones, whose ominous gaze lingers like a specter of doom, foreshadowing the terrors to come.
Show everyone you know your stuff. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and stay ahead of the curve.
Kai, I'm sorry, but can you just return? But if you...
Ed's eyes are locked onto Tanya, her brother, and Ed's emotions are a tangled mess. He feels disgusted by the idea of this life. His presence in this world, a constant reminder of the farce he's trapped in. Ed's mind screams for answers. Who is Tanya? And what does she want from him? Ed's voice cracks, a desperate plea for someone to understand him.
Stop. You don't belong here.
Ed takes a deep breath and forces himself to move forward, away from the chaos of the academy. His vision blurs as he tries to focus on the world around him. Ed stumbles, his footwork clumsy as he tries to steady himself. In this moment, he's not a master of manipulation. He's just a scared, lost soul.
I had my chance. Now I'm hiding.
But hiding won't last forever. Eventually, someone will find out who Ed really is, and when that happens, he'll have to face the consequences of his actions. Ed's eyes scan the horizon, his heart racing with every step.
You're not who you say you are.
The desperation is piling up. Ed's trying to stay clear of Tanya, his greatest risk, but his past keeps threatening to surface. He can't let her discover the truth, or everything falls apart. Ed's hands start fidgeting. His breathing becomes shallow. The memories of Tanya's confidence and determination haunt him, leaving him frozen. If she finds out, I'm done.
A Rothtailor appears out of nowhere, sparking a shocking connection to Tanya's past and leaving everyone stunned, their minds racing with questions and doubts about the truth. Tanya's world is shattered as the revelations about her brother's fate and the Rothtailor legacy threaten to upend everything she thought she knew about herself, her family, and her future. The true extent of the Rothtailor's power and influence remains shrouded in mystery, with the ominous phrase etched on the wall, hinting at a sinister force lurking in the shadows.
We're building the ultimate Manwa guild right here. Hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari and join the ranks. You were meant to die here, not graduate to the next level. Ed Rothtailor, a third-rate villain, wakes up to reality. He's been reincarnated as himself, a lowly student in a world that was supposed to be his playground. Panic claws at his heart as he recalls his family's rejection and his dormitory's banishment. The desperation in his voice echoes through the forest. So, I'm sorry. There's a reason for this. Public notices can't go easy on you just because we're related. If I did, you would have been more angry. Don't you think so? Yes. Ed dives into the fray, using his knowledge of the game to his advantage. He quickly takes down the NPCs one by one and gives Meryl the she needs. As they fight side by side, Ed feels a strange connection to her. It's as if they're linked in more ways than he initially thought. But how can he trust her? And what does she know about his situation in this game? Meryl looks at him with a mix of gratitude and suspicion.
You're not what I expected.
Ed realizes he's in a precarious situation. Tanya sees right through him. He's desperate to get a scholarship to get out of the game's toxic cycle. Killer. Ed Rothtailor wakes up, but this time, it's not in the dorm. He's back in the woods, where his life depends on scavenging for scraps. He's trying to escape the chaos of the game. His goal is to survive without drawing attention to himself. But obstacles keep popping up. The game is reacting to his presence in ways he can't control. Ed knows one misstep can ruin everything, including his scholarship. He's got to keep moving, stay under the radar. But his recent interactions with Tanya raise the stakes. What happens next?
Stop. You're here. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife.
The key action or twist of this chapter. A bitter rivalry is ignited as the heir's true intentions for the Extras Academy are revealed, sending shockwaves through the campus's fragile social hierarchy. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Kira's trust in their long-lost relative is shattered, leaving them grappling with the weight of a painful discovery and a future fraught with uncertainty and suspicion. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. As tensions escalate between Hira and the Academic Council, the fate of the extracurricular activity system hangs precariously in the balance, threatening to destroy the very fabric of the Extras Academy.
Things are not what they seem. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari before the big reveal drops. He's trying to survive a week-long snowstorm in a makeshift shelter that won't last the night. Young Master Ed's hands move quickly among the wooden blocks, tightening the twine that holds it all together. A wall of wood and mud against the raging wind. It's a risk, but it's his only hope for shelter. Young Master Ed's situation is getting more complicated by the minute. He's got 4 strong-willed women on his tail. His goal is clear: to survive this week-long snowstorm while avoiding detection. But the main obstacle is the concerned young Master Ed, who can't shake off the feeling that these women are getting too close. Young Master Ed's plan is to reassure Janica that he values their friendship above all else. His goal is to prove to her that he's not interested in the other girls. The obstacle is Janica's lingering doubts, which make it harder for young Master Ed to convince her. He decides to take a risk and be honest about his feelings. The consequence is that Janica starts to trust young Master Ed again, and their friendship is strengthened.
Somewhat no niece 3 and I than a friend to him. Really?
Young Master Ed's words are laced with emotion as he reassures Janica that she's special to him. Young Master Ed finishes the wind blocker, but it's a fragile makeshift. He checks it thrice, then stuffs it into his sleeve. His eyes narrow. Will it keep him alive or just prolong his suffering? He takes a step forward into the driving snow. The darkness and the storm are his new home. For now, this ain't gonna be enough. I can already feel it failing.
The wooden wind-blocking wall constructed by Tanka's hands ignites a massive firestorm that engulfs the Extras Academy grounds, its wooden beams crackling with an ominous fury. Tanka's creation has ravaged the landscape, leaving devastating losses in its wake, and Tanya's life hangs precariously in the balance as her fate remains woefully uncertain. As the Extras Academy teeters on the brink of chaos, spirits begin to converge on Tanka's location, their ethereal forms swirling with an eerie, otherworldly energy that threatens to consume everything in its path.
You're not just watching a recap, you're joining a movement. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. He's gathering his gear, preparing to head back into the woods. He knows he's not supposed to be there, but he can't let his curiosity get the better of him. He's on a mission to uncover the truth. Ed starts moving, his senses on high alert. He spots the river in the distance. The northern forest is a place of adventure and danger. What will he find?
Get ready.
Ed Rothstaler's eyes snap open. His instincts scream at him to move. He scrambles out of bed and checks the door. It's still locked. No one's here, yet.
You can't stay here.
But why is she already here? The lab assistant's frantic pace accelerates. The chief maid's voice rings out across the room. Chief maid, I heard the report. Please figure out what to do. The ade's eyes dart around, searching for a solution.
The key action or twist of this chapter is happening now. Nose stands frozen, staring at the written confession, as the true identity of the person behind the infamous note begins to unravel slowly. The emotional stakes are crushing. Nose feels the weight of hypocrisy crushing him, his ideals torn to shreds as he realizes the true depths of his own darkness and corruption. The cliffhanger hangs precariously. The river looms ominously, a dark and foreboding threat, as Nose's fate hangs in the balance, his next move determined by the secrets he keeps and the demons he's about to face.
New recaps go live every week. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari before this one is buried in your feed. He looks at her and for a moment their eyes lock. The air's thick with tension, and I can feel the stakes rising. Ed's resources are scarce, but he's determined to survive. His specialty is managing money, and he's not going to let 4 females dictate his actions. He's got a plan and he's moving forward. He's got a textbook to borrow, But it's not going to be easy. What are the odds?
I have to stop by the library.
He checks his funds. Is it worth the risk? Ed's trying to be smart about his money, but the females are getting in his way. He's got to think on his feet. They're not going to give up easily. He's got a choice to make, stay or leave. Ed's got to get out of there. His back is against the entrance, and that storm is getting intense. Belle's warning him, but
What's wrong? The sound of wind is deafening, and Ed's eyes are fixed on the woman by the door, her face twisted with concern. He's shaking his head. No, wait, he's telling her to go. That's right, he's saying. Please, Ed, don't be a hero. His hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice, his body screaming to move.
who's he trying to protect? The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife.
The key action or twist of this chapter. Tanya's past is revealed, exposing a deep betrayal that threatens to destroy her relationships with her classmates and her own sense of identity. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Tanya is left reeling from the discovery, her trust shattered and her heart heavy with the weight of her own deception. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. As the snowstorm rages on, Tanya's secrets are on the verge of being exposed to Fenia, leaving her classmates torn between loyalty and truth.
High-quality editing, perfect pacing, zero filler. If I delivered, hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari. The top student is already dead, and I'm next on the agenda. Ed Rothstaler's life is a joke. He's a third-rate villain who's been disowned by his family and kicked out of the dormitory. One day, he wakes up as this Ed, with no clear way to graduate. His hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice.
Stop that. Now it's your turn.
Ed realizes he must earn a scholarship or be stuck in this dead-end life forever. His desperation is palpable. What will he do first? The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Ed's got his game face on, but the female leads aren't making it easy for him. Janika's still got her eyes on him. What does she want? She needs something from Ed, and she won't quit until she gets it. Janika wants to know what Ed's thinking, what his strategy is. Now that Janika's not having any of it, Ed's gotta pick a mid-rank spirit. What does Ed want? He wants to keep things simple, not mess with the timeline. But the game's got its own pace. Ed's gotta pick a spirit. Clebius is watching him, evaluating. What's blocking Ed is the sheer number of spirits around him. Ed doesn't know what to do. Janika keeps pushing him, and Ed's getting frustrated. He needs to pick one spirit, not all of them. That's what blocks him. Ed decides to pick one spirit and hope for the best.
One cannot always be right.
Ed's goal is to stay hidden, but the female leads just won't leave him alone. Janika wants a duel with him, while Alvira and Clebius both request one too. Ed's dilemma is he can't keep running, but his presence starts changing the timeline and events of the game. He needs a solid plan to stay under the radar.
Stop hiding. I'll make my challenge official.
Ed's problem is his limited connections, but Janika gives him a clear path by making a public challenge.
The key action or twist of this chapter unfolds as Jung-ho is revealed to have a secret contract with a mid-rank spirit, appending his entire understanding of his existence. Jung-ho is forced to confront the crushing weight of betrayal as he discovers his sister, who he thought was innocent, is involved in his contract with the mid-rank spirit, shattering his trust. Jung-ho's desperate cry for help is met with ominous silence as Minsu's true intentions and the fate of the hidden contract remain shrouded in uncertainty, leaving Jung-ho perilously exposed.
You're not just watching a recap, you're joining a movement. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
My days as a student council hopeful ended the moment I saw my father's face in the castle, bloody and bruised. His disapproving stare still haunts me, Every failure feels like a knife to the gut. I'm still reeling from the memory, but I know my goal. Become the youngest student council president at any cost. The problem is, I'm living in the woods now with no clear path to achieve this. My hands won't stop shaking as I recall my father's words. You're not worthy. That's my goal, prove him wrong. What blocks me is my past, and more specifically, the fact that I have no idea who I am or where I come from.
I see a figure in the distance. I'm not sure who it is, but I know I need to be careful. My presence changes the timeline, and I'm not sure if I can control it. I'm trying to stay out of the light, but it's hard when I'm constantly being watched. My goal is still the same: become the youngest student council president. But now I have to navigate a world where everything is changing. Ed this way. Lortel again. She's trying to lead me to safety, but I'm not sure if I can trust her. I've been trying to survive in these woods, but it's like I'm a ghost, invisible and powerless. Ed's feeling desperate, like he's stuck in a never-ending nightmare. He can't trust anyone, not even his so-called allies. His past is a dark secret, and Ed's not sure who's manipulating him. He's a pawn in a much larger game.
Why did this happen? Ed's been trying to survive, but every step forward feels like 2 steps back. He's trapped in this endless cycle of failure, and he doesn't know how to escape. Ed's lost his sense of purpose. What's he fighting for? What's the point of it all?
And then, he sees her Arwen, standing right in front of him, her eyes piercing his soul. So what do? You open up, let Arwen in, and maybe, just maybe, you'll get the help you need. Ed's trying to keep a low profile, but Princess Phenia's eyes keep popping into his head. He's haunted by their lost self-confidence, and it's like a knife to his gut. His goal is to avoid the protagonists, but Phenia's troubles are sticking to him like glue. What blocks him is Arwen's concern for him. She won't leave him alone, and Ed's not sure if he can trust her. He decides to open up, let Arwen in, and hope for the best.
Stop. You're getting hurt again.
I don't belong here. I'm a third-rate villain, disowned by my family. Who is their Ed Rothstaler? What do they want to keep away from the protagonists? What blocks them? His own presence in the timeline. He tries to stay under the radar, but 4 female leads just won't leave him alone.
The key action or twist of this chapter is Ethan's carefully crafted plans are shattered as his father's words cut deep, forcing him to confront his true self and the weight of his own darkness. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost is. Ethan loses his sense of identity, torn between his desire to be strong and the shame of being seen as weak, leaving him questioning his very existence. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward is. A storm is brewing, both literally and figuratively, as Ethan's father walks away, leaving him uncertain and vulnerable to the impending chaos that threatens to destroy everything.
New Manhwa, new chapters, same quality every week. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and make it part of your routine. Ed unleashes a wild swing and hits the vassal with a blast of magic. The enemy stumbles back, but what's Ed's next move? He's got a temporary advantage, but the vassal's not going down without a fight.
Ha! HAAA. Blessing recovery temporary immunity to flames greatly increases.
Ed takes a risk, and it might just cost him dearly. Young Master Ed is alone in the woods. He's got to stay under the radar. For vassals are on his tail, and Lord Crapin's not happy. Ed's been surviving this long on borrowed time, but he can't keep running. He needs a plan to stay one step ahead. His eyes narrow, thinking through the options. What can he do to stay safe?
Leave him alone, he's not worth it.
Ed's desperation is rising. He can't outrun the vassals forever. He spots a possible escape route, but his legs won't move. Fear is making his breath come in short bursts.
He uses basic shield magic that can only block magic to defend against the attack. prompting us to approach as his intentions become increasingly ambiguous. Song-a's resolve is shaken as she witnesses the brutal reality of her friend's desperate measures, her trust in him hanging precariously by a thread as their bond begins to fray. Choi Ji-hyuk's dark secrets are on the verge of being exposed, as the truth about his past threatens to surface, leaving him vulnerable to the whims of those around him and the merciless forces that seek to exploit his weaknesses.
The author left a massive clue for the next arc. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari so you don't miss the breakdown. Ed's in a precarious spot, trying to keep a low profile while living in the woods. His goal's clear: earn a scholarship to get back into the academy. The system's working on it, and he feels the cause and effect determination flowing through him. Life is about to get a whole lot more complicated. He checks his stats level. He's got this. Ed's determined to change his story. Still, the system's got rules and he can't stay hidden forever. His magic's about to change everything.
You should stay hidden until the elections take place.
Ed weighs the risks and considers Janika's advice. It's more beneficial to stay hidden until after the elections. Ed's face is a mask of concern as he looks at Nox. He takes a deep breath, and his expression softens. I have to help him. He reaches into his pack and pulls out the first aid kit. He begins to treat Nox's wounds, his hands moving with precision. As he works, he asks Nox questions. What happened? How did you get hurt? Nox's story is a jumbled mess of names and dates, but Ed's listening intently. Why does it feel like these accident reports only occur when I'm on shift? Ed Rothstaler is back, and he's dealing with some chaos. Ed's thinking about morning, trying to make a plan.
The key action or twist of this chapter is Cha Min-hyuk's shocking revelation sparks a heated argument, exposing deep-seated issues and long-hidden secrets that threaten to shatter the fragile bonds within the Extras Academy. The emotional stakes are: Eun-ho is forced to confront the harsh reality of his own emotions, grappling with feelings of betrayal, guilt, and loss as he struggles to maintain his loyalty to Cha Min-hyuk amidst the turmoil. The cliffhanger is, as tensions reach a boiling point, Eun-ho receives a cryptic warning from an unknown source, hinting at a sinister plot to destroy the Extras Academy and every person Eun-ho holds dear.
Everyone who finished this video subscribed. Be like everyone. Hit the button Manwa with Hari. In a desperate bid to escape, Ed Rothstaler realizes his predicament. Kai, I can't keep evading. It's too late. Tanya Ruth Taylor must be looking for me. Let's get into the story of the Extras Academy Survival Guide. We're in good hands with our narrator, the world's most hyped fan, Brian. Ed's face is tense with worry. His goal: keep Tanya safe, but his past actions are putting everyone at risk. The obstacle: his past self's actions are coming back to haunt him. His action: he takes a step forward, trying to intervene. The consequence: the others are closing in, and Tanya is trapped. Kub.
The key action or twist of this chapter unfolds as our protagonist's desperate attempt to escape the impending danger is met with a chilling revelation. Their most trusted ally harbors a dark secret. The emotional stakes are at an all-time high as our protagonist is forced to confront the harsh reality of their own vulnerability, having lost the trust that once anchored them in their perilous world. The cliffhanger leaves us on the brink of chaos as the ominous code 0000 is flashed on the screen. A cryptic message that hints at an apocalyptic fate, rendering our protagonist's future survival increasingly uncertain.
Every recap is written for fans who actually care about the lore. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and never lose the plot. Ed Rothstaler wakes up in the woods. No recollection of how he got there. His body screams in agony. Ed tries to move, but every movement feels like someone's pounding nails into his joints. He needs to earn a scholarship so he can graduate and be set for life. The pain is real, so he grits his teeth and starts to crawl.
You have days to earn gold.
Ed's eyes lock onto the system message. A cold sweat drips from his forehead. He can already imagine the looks on his family's faces if he fails. Ed knows he must stay hidden. No time to waste. He starts to move forward, one painful inch at a time. As he crawls, the woods seem to fade away, and Ed starts to remember his life before. He recalls the day his family kicked him out and the lying old man's parting words. "You're nothing but trash, Ed. You'll never amount to anything." Ed's on the move. He's leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The Awfulest Hall's head maid, Bellamaya, is trying to apprehend him. Ed's frustration is growing, and he's starting to lose control. Can he find a way to outsmart them and stay under the radar? Ed meets an old man who claims to be a master swordsman. The old man's skills are unlike anything Ed has seen before, but Ed is skeptical. It's the swordsmanship of a beast that once roamed the northwestern grasslands. You don't enjoy fights, you enjoy victory.
The key action or twist of this chapter. Han Wuchul's seemingly unbreakable mask of confidence is shattered as his hidden fear and desperation to survive the academy are brutally exposed in a heart-wrenching confrontation. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Han Wuchul's carefully crafted facade is exposed, leaving him vulnerable and emotionally drained, his reputation in shambles, and his future uncertain. The cliffhanger, what is left, dangerously unresolved going forward. As the dark truth about Han Wuchul's past and his connection to the Academy's mysterious forces comes to light, the stage is set for a devastating power struggle that will change everything forever.
Your support means more than you know. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and be part of something real. Let's dive into the story of the Extras Academy Survival Guide. Clebius' goal is to survive, and his obstacle is the incoming wind magic. He does a desperate dodge to the side, barely avoiding the blast. The consequence is he's left panting, his heart racing, and in this new position, he spots an enemy he didn't expect. Who are you? Clebius' goal is to avoid the incoming wind magic, but his obstacle is his location, leaving him exposed. He reacts with desperation, dodging to the side, barely avoiding the blast. His hands won't stop moving as he gains composure back. He spots an enemy he didn't expect, now in his line of sight. Clebius' anxiety spikes as Tanya approaches, her eyes fixed on him. He can't escape this conversation. You should be grateful Jix is with you. Roads are blocked everywhere. You'd be lost without him.
Lortel. A cold warning that sends a shiver down his spine. His eyes narrow, refusing to back down. He's trapped, and his mind's racing with escape plans. One wrong move, and Tanya's instincts could rip him apart.
Clebius' gaze lingers on an unseen figure. A hero, perhaps? Someone who believes in him. A deep-down conviction grows within him.
A hero that charges forward with the conviction to hold the line against an army bearing down on him like a mountain.
Clebius thinks back to the events that led to this moment. He realizes it wasn't his fault. Ed's eyes scan the woods, taking in the familiar sights of his new home. He's trying to keep a low profile, avoiding any confrontations with the game's heroes. But it's not going to be easy. The 4 female leads won't leave him alone. Their constant presence is a distraction he can't afford. Clebius, also known as, is now in the woods. He needs to stay hidden from the game's heroes, but his presence starts changing the timeline. 4 female leads are closing in on him. Clebius almost reaches his goal. Is he safe yet? He's almost out of the woods. His eyes scan the surroundings, searching for any signs of danger. We must be almost there. Visual-only panels, no words, just raw emotion. Clebius' eyes are wide open. He's waiting for something. What is it? The female leads are on the move. It's time for Clebius to make a decision. Can he stay hidden or draw attention to himself? What's going to happen next?
AV, there's no response yet. Stay tuned, folks. It's about to get wild.
The final showdown unfolds as Han Jisoo and the Extra Alliance push forward, determined to dismantle the oppressive regime that threatens their very existence. Han Jisoo's resolve is tested to its limit as she grapples with the weight of her newfound responsibilities. Her relationships with her friends irreparably changed by the brutal truth that has come to light. As the battle rages on, a desperate bid to escape the academy hangs precariously in the balance, leaving the future of the entire Extra community hanging by a thread, poised on the brink of catastrophic collapse.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters every week, no ads on your feed. Ed Rothstaler is stuck in a desperate situation. He needs a scholarship to survive, and fast. His hands move frantically as he sifts through what little he has. His eyes lock onto an opportunity, but he knows time's running out. He must decide risk everything or stay hidden. Every moment counts, and Ed's options are dwindling. I need to stay hidden, and I need to get out of these woods now. Ed's search for a way out leads him to a small village, where he spots Janica from afar. His heart skips a beat. He's been trying to avoid her, but fate seems to have other plans. Ed reveals more about his true identity and the timeline changes he's causing. Janica is shocked and confused, but also grateful for the truth. She's willing to help Ed keep his presence a secret, but only if he agrees to work together to minimize the risks. Ed's initial reluctance starts to fade, and he begins to trust Janica with his life.
We need to help you control these timeline changes.
Ed feels a glimmer of hope. He realizes he's not alone in this fight. Janica's determination and resourcefulness might be the key to surviving this ordeal. But what if their efforts attract unwanted attention from the game's authorities or other powerful players?
Stop. You're wrong.
Ed tries to keep Janica at arm's length, but she senses his desperation. Ed's past is a ticking time bomb, and his presence starts to warp the timeline, putting everyone in danger. Ed is torn between staying hidden and protecting Janica, but she's getting closer to the truth. He can't afford to get caught, not with his family's enemies closing in. Ed's face twists into a mix of anxiety and panic. What if his past catches up with Janica?
Stop. You're wrong.
Ed's eyes dart around, looking for an escape route, but the woods are getting denser, and the silence is oppressive. He's one misstep away from disaster. If Janica discovers the truth, it'll all be over.
Tanya's world is turned upside down as Chairman Haesung finally tracks her down, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination that leaves her reeling in shock and terror. The weight of her secrets crushes Tanya, forcing her to confront the crushing loneliness that comes with hiding her true self. As the people she loves begin to slip further away from her, Tanya's fate hangs precariously in the balance as Chairman Haesung's grip on her tightens, leaving her vulnerable to the whims of those who seek to exploit her unique abilities and expose her deepest secrets.
This channel isn't for casual viewers. It's for the ones who actually care about the story. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
So you were safe after all. Ed, sorry for making you worry.
Elvira's got some news that will shake Ed to his core, news that will make him question everything he thought he knew about himself and the world around him. But what does it mean? What does it say about Ed's destiny in this game? Ed Rothstaler can't help but smile at Elvira's worried face. He feels a pang of guilt for putting her on edge. But what choice does he have? He's not exactly swimming in options. Elvira's expression softens, and she takes a step closer. He can smell the soap on her hair. It's almost comforting. Ed's eyes dart wildly around the room as the events unfold. Clebius's next words knock him off balance. It's over. The room falls silent, and for a moment, Ed feels like he's staring into the abyss. Then, everything goes white. He realizes he's alive, healing from injuries, with magic coursing through his veins. His power is overwhelming, and the ground cracks beneath him. Everyone's thrown back, shocked by the sudden display of power. Ed's mind reels as he tries to understand what's happening. The cost of this new reality is already stacking up. Ed's trying to stay one step ahead, but his emotions are a mess, and his paranoia is growing by the minute. He's trapped in a web of deceit and manipulation, and every misstep could be fatal. Ed's eyes dart wildly as he tries to process his new reality, but what's blocking him is his own guilt-ridden conscience. He's forced to navigate a complex dance of survival, and every decision he makes could change the course of the story. Ed's voice cracks as he decides to take a risk and stay in one place. But what's the cost of his newfound decisiveness? Stay! Ed Rothstaler scrambles to gather broken branches, a weak fire crackling to life.
Tensions escalate as Renem's darkest secret threatens to unravel, shattering the fragile peace within the Extras Academy walls. The weight of the truth crushes Renem's spirit, leaving them reeling from the loss of their closest relationships and the devastating implications of their actions. With each passing moment, the danger draws closer, as the true extent of Renem's involvement in the mysterious project hangs precariously in the balance, setting off a catastrophic chain reaction that threatens the very fabric of the Academy.
New recaps go live every week. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari before this one is buried in your feed. Ed's determination is palpable, and we see a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He's ready to face whatever challenges come his way. He wants to earn a scholarship and graduate from Sylvania Academy. His obstacle is the reality of his situation. A third-rate villain in a game, disowned by his family and kicked out of the dormitory. Ed's action is to keep away from the protagonists and find his place in the game. His consequence is a change in the timeline and events of the game. I'm just a clown. That's why I can't comfort you properly. Acting like I know everything when I don't at all and telling you to cheer up. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Let's dive into the story. Ed's face is a mask of indifference, but I can see the tension in his shoulders. He's trying to keep his cool. Lucy Mary looks at him with an intensity that makes Ed's skin crawl. He's not sure what she wants, but he's pretty sure he doesn't want to find out. Ed's jaw clenches, and he forces himself to speak. Tell me everything that's happened until now. Okay? Ed nods, his eyes locked on Lucy's. He starts to recount the events, leaving out the parts that might incriminate him. As he speaks, Ed's words are laced with a hint of desperation. He's trying to convince Lucy that he's not a threat, that he's just a regular student trying to survive.
Lortel's shocking true intentions are finally revealed, shattering the trust of his closest allies and leaving them reeling in utter betrayal and despair. Claire's anguish reaches a boiling point as she's forced to confront the devastating reality of Lortel's actions. Her heart heavy with grief and her spirit shattered by the loss of a once dear friend. The fates of Lortel, his accomplices, and the Extras Academy hang precariously in the balance, as the stage is set for a catastrophic showdown that will forever change the course of their lives.
Don't let the algorithm decide if you see the next chapter. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and take control. Ed's not sure what's happening, but Lycia's not attacking. She just keeps talking. I think fighting with Marilda would be more helpful. Ed's eyes flicker towards the high-rank spirit, Marilda. She's not even looking at him. She's already planning her next move. I think fighting with Marilda would be more helpful. With that house-sized wolf, I'd be sent to the afterworld. Huff huff high-rank spirits can freely change there. Ed's got one chance. He's got to make a decision. Will he fight Marilda, or will he try to escape? His heart is racing. He can feel the outcome hanging in the balance. Marilda's not happy, and Ed's in the middle of it all. He knows he's got to tread carefully. One wrong move and he's out of the game. Lycia's trying to get Ed back on track, but he's still lost in thought. He's thinking about his past, about the decisions he made that led him here. Marilda's still watching, still waiting for Ed to make a move.
Lortel's face darkens, and I can tell he's got a plan brewing.
The key action or twist of this chapter. Tanya's world is turned upside down as she uncovers a shocking truth about her past and the intentions of those around her, forcing her to walk a tightrope between loyalty and deception. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Tanya's trust is shattered, leaving her feeling isolated and vulnerable, while her relationships with those closest to her are put to the test, forcing her to confront the harsh realities of her situation. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved. As Tanya's world teeters on the brink of collapse, she receives a chilling message that threatens to expose her deepest secrets, leaving her with a daunting choice. Run or risk everything for the truth.
Make this your weekly ritual. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari for your guaranteed dose of action. 0 lives left, and yet Duke Crapen's odds for survival were unexpectedly high. Something had changed, but what? My past life, the one where I was a third-rate villain, is foggy. All I know is I have to earn a scholarship. My hands won't stop shaking. My stomach's a knot. Every move I make seems to put those around me at risk. One wrong step and I shouldn't have left you there. I think about Duke, wondering if it was just an act. He seemed to genuinely think I was dead and had the skills to prove it. If I ever meet him again, Ed's mind is racing with questions. Who is this mysterious girl? What does she want with him? He tries to focus on his surroundings, taking in every detail. The sun is setting, casting long shadows across the forest floor. Ed knows he needs to get moving, but he can't seem to tear his eyes away from the girl. She's saying something to him, but he can't quite make out the words.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Ed's grip on reality falters as the girl's words become clearer. She's talking about the game and the events that are unfolding. Ed's still trying to wrap his head around the situation, but he knows he needs to focus. His family will stop at nothing to keep him from graduating. He needs to stay one step ahead no matter what. But it's a relief that she's at least safe.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked. Kai tries to shake off the system's message, but his mind is elsewhere.
Kai's hands are on his knees, breathing heavily as he spots Duke Crapen watching him from the woods. He wants to avoid being seen, but the elder's presence blocks his escape. Kai decides to stay calm and keep a low profile. He keeps his eyes on the ground and waits for Duke to leave. Kai tries to stay hidden, but his presence is a threat to Duke's plans.
Lortel's fragile composure shatters as she's ambushed by unseen forces in the cave, plunging her into a maelstrom of uncertainty and danger. Lortel's resolve is tested as she grapples with the weight of protecting her friends, forced to confront the harsh reality of her own vulnerabilities in the unforgiving environment of the Extras Academy. Lortel's desperate attempt to safeguard her friends hangs precariously in the balance as a mysterious presence looms ominously in the shadows, threatening to upend the delicate dynamics of her relationships.
This is the premium Manwa experience. Accept no substitutes. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
Stop. You're wrong. Every sound makes him jump. His hands won't stop moving, checking the exit twice. Ed realizes he needs to keep moving, not hide. Ed takes a deep breath and readies himself. He thinks he can outsmart them. They've got the advantage. Ed spots 4 females, F and probably W, I, and another one, with aggressive expressions. Ed's instincts go on high alert. Ed knows that his presence starts to change the timeline and events of the game. He quickly realizes that he's in a high-stakes situation.
You had your chance. Now, back off. No way, Ed can't afford to let them catch him.
We can't let them. Ed Rothstaler's eyes widen in surprise as F, a determined look on her face, rushes toward him with a warm smile.
Kai, I can see W and I out there, too. They're pushing us to move faster. We have to separate ourselves from the main pack. You're the most intelligent one here, so tell us what we do. Kai, the most intelligent one. I'm just trying to stay alive. Every moment is a fight to stay hidden. Stop talking and lead already. Kai, my power doesn't grow at this rate. We can't outrun them forever. Kai, the mid-rank magic particle explosion pushed me back, and I see a flash of F's face. The smoke clears, but the real danger comes now. This is crazy, Ed. Kai, my guard is dropping. Their numbers are already overwhelming us. Ed's mind is racing. He needs to understand the implications of summoning this entity without the required mana. The being's gaze lingers on him, as if waiting for an answer to a question Ed hasn't even asked yet. He realizes that his actions, no matter how small, can have a significant impact on the game's progression. The question is, can he maintain this newfound power and keep out of the protagonist's spotlight?
At this rate, Taylor's party will never have a problem facing enemies.
The entity's words echo within him, a stark reminder of the delicate balance he must maintain. Ed's presence is already altering the timeline, and the consequences of his actions will only grow more severe if he's not careful. The game's mechanics are shifting, and he's not sure if he's ready to adapt.
Taylor's party is blindsided by a shocking ambush, leaving them battered and reeling as the true extent of their enemy's power is brutally revealed. Ed's struggles with his unique abilities come to a head as he narrowly grasps the essence of his powers, but it comes at the bitter cost of his relationships with his friends and allies, fraying at the seams. As the darkness closes in, Taylor finds himself facing an impossible decision: abandon his friends or risk everything to save them, with the fate of their entire mission hanging precariously in the balance.
The voice, the music, the pacing. It's top tier. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. The city gates of Sylvania Academy are in shambles. Lortel, the leader of the trading company, has a tight grip on the student council presidency. Her opponent? None. Lortel's election is a done deal. I am the one who will lead this academy to greatness. But what about Tanya Roth-Taylor? Her brother, Ed, was kicked out by their family. Tanya's speech is all about leadership, but her hands betray her. She's nervous. We're diving straight in, guys. I'm Brian, your master narrator, and we've got a story to survive. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain in this game, has just been reincarnated into the world of Sylvania Academy. He needs a scholarship to graduate, and fast. Ed's not giving up. He wants to understand his new body. Since he can't fly or run, he'll try to use his surroundings. He needs to learn how to control this new form. Ed spots a tree with a low-hanging branch and decides to test his strength. He reaches for the branch, feeling the energy coursing through his body. I'm not sure if I can. Ed's making progress. With each passing moment, he's getting more confident. He's not just trying to survive. He wants to understand his new body and unlock its secrets. He's determined to master this new form. Lortel approaches him, looking concerned. Ed doesn't want to be a burden, but he can't ignore her. Ed needs to talk to Lortel without his presence affecting Sylvania Academy's events. He decides to go to the event quietly, observing from the sidelines. Ed watches as Lortel addresses the audience, her words dripping with conviction. He knows he can't let his emotions get the better of him.
Please, as her family and someone that has always supported her, I wish for her vision to be properly conveyed.
Ed senses the weight of Lortel's words, but his own emotions are rising like a storm. Ed's presence is causing a ripple effect. Lortel starts to experience visions of a different timeline.
The Extras Academy is on the brink of disaster as Principal Abel's dark secret is exposed, revealing a shocking truth that threatens to destroy the very fabric of the school. The weight of the truth crushes Principal Abel's facade, leaving him exposed and vulnerable, while also forcing the main character to confront the harsh reality of their own existence within the Academy's twisted power dynamics. As the students struggle to come to terms with this new revelation, the main character remains eerily silent, hinting at a deep-seated connection to Principal Abel that hangs precariously in the balance, leaving the audience wondering what secrets still lie hidden.
The next recap covers something you won't believe. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and we'll talk soon. Ed Rothstailer is back, but that's not what matters. The Rothstailer family's plans are the real threat. They've kept his resurrection a secret, but the ripple effects of his return are already changing the timeline. Ed has to tread carefully. He can't be in the spotlight, not yet. He needs to secure a scholarship and fast. His goal is clear: stay under the radar and earn that scholarship. But the obstacles are stacked against him. The Rothstailer family's network, the Academy's security, and the constant attention of 4 determined female leads. Ed's action is to investigate the Academy's security and find a way to protect himself.
Nox's obstacle is her own emotions, which keep her from making a decision. She decides to open up to Ed, revealing her true intentions. Ed's consequences being one step closer to the truth, but the risk is high.
Why did you take my side like that? During your announcement at the election, why did you have to take my side like that?
Ed's goal is to protect Nox, but his actions might have unintended consequences.
Ed's eyes are heavy, his breathing labored. He's been living off scraps for weeks. His stomach growls in sync with his snoring.
Stop. You're wrong.
He's been dreaming, but the sounds around him are different. He's not in the woods anymore. Ed sits up, confused, taking in his new surroundings.
Stop. You're wrong. The scene pans out to reveal Ed in a small, dimly lit classroom. A professor stands at the front, speaking to a group of students.
Ed's eyes widen as he takes in the unfamiliar faces. He's not alone. There are people around him, watching him. Ed's instincts scream at him to be quiet, to hide.
Ed's eyes widen as he takes in the unfamiliar faces. He's not alone. There are people around him, watching him. Ed's world flips upside down. He's no longer in the woods, and his new surroundings are anything but familiar. He looks around, confused, as he takes in the unfamiliar faces staring back at him. This is a classroom, but Ed's not just a student. He's a student who's been transported into a game he knows nothing about. His eyes widen as he tries to process what's happening.
Stop. You're wrong.
The truth about the past begins to unravel as Rot's darkest moment is revealed, shattering the tranquility of the Academy's seemingly normal days. Rot's gratitude to the protagonist has turned into a deeper sense of guilt and shame, weighing heavily on their conscience as the weight of their past mistakes slowly starts to surface. The fragile relationship between Rot and the protagonist hangs precariously in the balance as a shocking revelation threatens to destroy the fragile bond they formed, leaving their future uncertain.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters every week, no ads on your feed.
Stop. You can't leave Poolin now. Janika's voice echoes in his mind. Outside of Poolin, there are lots of big cities. Ed's desperation grows as he realizes he can't stay in these woods.
Janika's not listening. She's not even stopping. Ed's instincts are screaming at him to get out, to escape. But his feet are rooted to the spot. His eyes are locked on hers. What's going to happen? Will he listen to her plea, or will he shut her down? The cost, is he ready to lose everything for this? Stay subbed to Manwa with Hari, or you'll miss the climax. Janika's taking a step closer. Ed's about to get his heart ripped out again. Ed Rothstailer's world just blew up. His family disowned him, and he's no longer in the dormitory. His priority now, earn a scholarship to get back on track. Janika wants sensitivity training to help Ed with his emotional issues, but he's not willing to participate. His eyes narrow, and his lips curl up in annoyance. He wants to push her away, but his words get stuck in his throat.
Thanks for coming all this way to help me.
Ed's body language screams warning. His hands ball into fists, and his breathing accelerates. But Janica takes a step closer, sensing his hesitation. This close, the air between them is thick with tension. Janica's a step from breaking through Ed's defenses.
Do you want some tea? Ed's attempt to speak has frozen his progress, leaving him anxious about his next move.
Ed Rothstaler's plan is to stay hidden, but Janica's unwanted visits are making it tough to keep a low profile. His goal is to keep his distance, but every time Janica approaches, he feels like he's losing control. The obstacle is Janica's persistence and Ed's reaction to it. Every time she gets close, he freezes up, unsure of how to deal with her. He checks the trees, then looks back at Janica, his anxiety radiating from every pore.
It's not like it's awkward, but talking in a manner where...
Janica's words hang in the air, but Ed remains silent, his body language screaming, "Don't come any closer."
The key action or twist of this chapter. Seon Woo's cryptic words hang in the air as he reveals a long-buried secret, leaving Seo Yun reeling with a mix of shock, anger, and a deep-seated doubt about everything she thought she knew. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Seo Yun's world crumbles as she's forced to confront the harsh reality that her closest friend, Seon Woo, is hiding a devastating truth that threatens to destroy their bond and shatter her trust. The cliffhanger. What is left dangerously unresolved? With Seon Woo's words still echoing in her mind, Seo Yun is left with a haunting question. What else has he been keeping from her? And how far will she have to go to uncover the truth that's now within her grasp?
We're building the ultimate Manwa guild right here. Hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari and join the ranks. Ed Rothstaler has been living in the woods for weeks, trying to keep a low profile and earn his scholarship to graduate from the Extras Academy. His resolve is shattered the moment Marilda walks in, and the class just disappears. The silence is deafening. Ed's instincts scream at him to run. He doesn't. He's frozen, his eyes fixed on Marilda.
Ed's frozen gaze is a giveaway. He's desperate to stay under the radar. Marilda's calm tone is a far cry from what he expects. She's inquiring, amused, and hiding something. Ed's instincts scream at him to stay alert. What's Marilda hiding?
I can't help but wonder.
Reading your thoughts isn't plausible, and transformation is a very difficult kind of magic, so I can't just copy anyone. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife.
Ed's instincts scream for him to stay alert. Marilda's calm tone is a lie. She's amused, inquiring, and hiding something. Ed's thoughts are an open book for her, but she's not reading them out loud. Why is she showing restraint? What's Marilda after?
Reading your thoughts isn't plausible, and transformation is a very difficult kind of magic, so I can't just copy anyone.
Ed's eyes dart around the campsite, searching for any signs of danger. Ed's eyes narrow as he takes in the surrounding forest. He knows he can't stay here forever. His family and the Extras Academy are still out there. His goal is to find a way to earn a scholarship and secure his place in the academy.
But can you endure this? Can you restrain yourself, Janica?
Ed grits his teeth, his instincts screaming at him to keep moving. He knows the cost of being caught. His past mistakes could ruin everything. But what's happening in this forest is beyond his control. Marilda, Janica, and their presence are a constant reminder that he's not alone. How does another hut sound, Janica? Ed's eyes flicker up, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He's thinking ahead. He's planning for the fallout, for the consequences of his actions. Vno's words still echo in his mind. He's heard the warning, but he's not backing down. Ed's shoulders relax, his chest rises, and he exudes an air of calm. He's made his decision. The die is cast. Now all he can do is watch and wait.
The Extra's ordinary appearance is threatened as her secret is revealed to the people of the Extras Academy, leaving her desperate to keep her true identity hidden. The emotional stakes are high as she gains newfound attention and admiration, but simultaneously loses her freedom to live a normal life without scrutiny and constant fear of being discovered. Her classmates are left stunned and speechless, but the Extra's cryptic smile hints at a dark secret known only to her, leaving the Academy on the brink of a brewing storm.
If you click away without subscribing, you might never find Manwa with Hari again. Hit the button. Edgewood's home is being threatened. He wants out the way without getting involved. Specifically, his concern turns to urgency. The female leads, Lucy, Haru, and Mira, won't leave him alone. Ed needs to find a solution quickly. Otherwise, his life in the woods will be disrupted. He spots the female leads nearby and spots the intense power difference between them. Ed takes a risk and decides to confront them. He steps forward, speaking clearly. "Back off, I don't want any trouble."
Stop.
Ed's got questions about his past, about his parents, about his skills. What's physically in his way? The problem is, he can't ask anyone because his family disowned him. What does he actually do about it? He decides to dig into his past, to find out who he really is. He's got no resources, no information, but that's not going to stop him. What changes? Ed starts digging into old books, searching for any mention of his family or his skills. The more he reads, the more questions he has. Do you know where that old man's from? What I learned in history class?
Stop. You're wrong. She's a local, and she seems to know more than she's letting on.
Ed isn't sure where he's going, but he's determined to find the truth. The old man's records are cryptic, but Ed trusts this lead. His hands won't stop moving as he checks the exit twice, and he follows a winding trail that disappears into the woods.
Action unfolds as Uno's desperate gamble pays off, unleashing a destructive storm that ravages Arkan Island, forcing everyone to confront the consequences of their reckless actions. As the storm rages on, Uno's fate hangs in the balance, having risked everything to save his friends, leaving him gravely injured and his future uncertain, weighing heavily on his loved ones' hearts. The island's fragile balance teeters on the brink of collapse as the full extent of the damage becomes apparent, leaving Uno and his companions exposed and vulnerable to the wrath of those they've wronged, their survival hanging by a thread.
Make this your weekly ritual. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari for your guaranteed dose of action. Our guy Ed Rothstaler is in a world of trouble, quite literally. He's a third-rate villain in a game, disowned by his family, and kicked out of the dormitory. We see a dramatic shift in his reality as he wakes up in a new world. He's not just woken up, though. He's been transported into the shoes of Ed Rothstaler, our protagonist, and he's in a bind. Ed realizes he needs to earn a scholarship to graduate and secure his future. Ed is in the woods, trying to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention to himself. His priority is to stay under the radar and not interfere with the game's main story. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, wakes up in this new body, thinking he's been given a second chance. His goal is to earn a scholarship and graduate. But his presence starts to change the timeline, and he's being watched by 4 female leads. Ed's obstacle is staying out of the limelight while helping the story progress. He tries to avoid the protagonists but can't resist their curiosity. Ed realizes that his presence is affecting the game's events, and he must find a way to subtly influence the story without getting caught. He decides to keep a low profile and gather information about the game's mechanics and the female leads.
Stop trying to control everything.
Ed's uneasy about being in the woods, but he knows he can't trust anyone, not even Mug, his supposed friend. Ed's stomach is in knots, and his hands are shaking as he weighs his options. Can he trust Mug, or is this another trap set by the game? The Holy Pope Eldian and Archbishop Verdio are in town, and everyone's excited. But Ed notices that something's off. The Holy Pope wants to meet with Adele, a second-year student, and Ed's curiosity is piqued. He wants to know why. The obstacle is the Holy Pope's mysterious meeting with Adele, and Ed's trying to figure out what's going on. Ed's grip on his walking stick tightens, his knuckles white with tension. He knows he's playing with fire, but he can't resist the allure of the unknown. Mug's expression softens, his voice taking on a hint of amusement. "You really are something else, Ed." Ed's eyes flash with anger, but Mug's next words catch him off guard. "I think it's time we paid a visit to Noah."
The key action or twist. Yunoa's world is turned upside down as he discovers his rival, Jeongyeon, has a twisted motive for joining the School of Talents, shattering all his assumptions. The emotional stakes. Yunoa's newfound understanding of his rival leaves him reeling, struggling to reconcile the person he thought he knew with the harsh reality, while his heart aches with a deep sense of betrayal. The cliffhanger. As the darkness closes in, Yunoa's fragile grip on his sanity is about to snap, the school's true intentions hanging precariously in the balance, threatening to consume everything he holds dear.
Don't let the algorithm decide if you see the next chapter. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and take control.
The ruler of the kingdom is on his deathbed, and the assassin is nowhere to be found. The assassin's not who everyone expects. The mastermind's been pulling the strings for years, getting rid of key figures one by one, manipulating the very people who should be loyal. It's a game of chess, and Ed is a pawn who wants out. He realizes the truth. His life's a lie, a script written by someone else.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Who is the mastermind, and what's their ultimate goal? In the woods, Ed meets a few locals, including a wise old woman who claims to know his past.
The Saintess's power is unlike anything Ed's ever seen. L'Oreal's been keeping an eye on Janica, making sure she doesn't get too close to the Saintess. What's L'Oreal's game? And what's the true extent of the Saintess's abilities? Janica approaches the Saintess, a mix of curiosity and fear etched on her face.
I won't hide behind you.
The Saintess turns to Janica, a cold, calculating gaze. What does she see in Janica? And what does Janica fear the Saintess might do? Janica's determination is unmistakable. She's going to challenge the Saintess. Ed knows he should stay out of this, but can't help feeling drawn to the Saintess's power. Ed's got his back against a wall, literally, in this case. He's trying to stay calm, but his body language says otherwise. His hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice. L'Oreal's got him pegged, and she's not backing down. What does she mean to him?
You're still nervous, aren't you?
Ed's getting agitated. His frustration is starting to get the better of him. L'Oreal's pushing his buttons, but she's not done yet. What does she want to get out of him?
I wouldn't have come just for the Holy Pope. Janika's observing the exchange, sizing Ed up. What does she see?
Ki hey.
Ed's decision sets off a chain reaction. L'Oreal's plan unfolds like a puzzle piece clicking into place. But what's the cost of Ed's choice? His relationships with the female lead's about to get a whole lot more complicated. The next match is just around the corner, and Ed's about to face the music. What happens when L'Oreal gets what she wants? Ed's new skill unlocked, and the match is heating up. The challenges are getting fiercer, but Ed's not backing down. His emotions are on the edge of control, and he knows it. L'Oreal's satisfaction is clear, but the cost of her success is still unknown.
The joint combat trading match is about to unleash a maelstrom, as alliances are forged and broken in the cutthroat world of the Extras Academy, with winners and losers emerging in a chaotic explosion. The price of ambition is steep, as one student gains a crucial edge over their rivals, while another suffers a devastating loss that erodes their confidence and threatens to upend their entire world forever. The visiting Holy Pope's delayed arrival hangs precariously in the balance, as whispers of a mysterious variable begin to circulate, leaving the entire academy on edge and wondering if the fragile piece is about to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
The author left a massive clue for the next arc. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari so you don't miss the breakdown. Hold on tight, Ed. Now let's go. Ed Rothstaler wakes up too early. Sacred Lance Dragon Wellbrock is already awake, and he's angry. We can see it in Ed's reaction. Sacred Lance Dragon is confused, just like Ed, and his words come out in a rush. Just what is going on here? Ed has to act fast, and he doesn't waste any time. He's got one goal: get away from Sacred Lance Dragon Wellbrock and find a way to get a scholarship. The obstacle is Sacred Lance Dragon Wellbrock himself, but Ed seizes the moment and takes off running. As he disappears into the woods, Sacred Lance Dragon shouts after him, "So you aren't even going to give me the time to imprison you?" Ed keeps moving, driven by his single-minded focus on survival. What happens next? Ed's got a bad case of déjà vu. He remembers fleeing Mex's bridge, but now he's on this island, trying to escape the Saintus. His goal is to get off this island, but there's a conflict. The Trix Hall's crowded, and it's pointless to leave the island. Ed decides to hurry and blend in.
Are you hurt?
Ed realizes he needs vital information about the major characters of Act. Sacred Lance Dragon Wellbrock is a priority, but his head is already spinning with the pressure of making a new identity while avoiding the protagonists. Ed spots Wellbrock at the Nuvla Hall trading room.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
He wants to approach Wellbrock, but the chaos around him blocks his way. Ed hesitates for a moment and then decides to move in, weaving between students and staff members. As he steps closer to Wellbrock, their eyes lock in a brief, intense moment before Ed quickly turns away, trying to avoid drawing attention to himself.
Run, Marilda. The carriage explodes behind her, a blazing inferno fueled by the treacherous Saintus's desperate escape attempt. Lucy's selfless act has given Marilda a lifeline, but at what cost? Her connection to the Saintus, a mentor she once cherished, is now irreparably severed, fueling inner turmoil. The fate of their world hangs precariously in the balance as Marilda and Lucy cling to each other, their desperate grasp a testament to the treacherous path that lies ahead, where fate will have them meet once more.
The voice, the music, the pacing. You know it's top tier. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
We've got minutes to escape Awfulous Hall before the barrier magic collapses forever. But what's the plan? I know I'm supposed to stay hidden, but something's not adding up.
Stop talking.
No time for that. Awfulous Hall is under attack, and the barrier magic is still active, barely. But I can see the scales on Wellbrock's armor starting to crack. It's gonna be a bloodbath.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
What skill? The first attack stage is bombardment of Wellbrock's scales, and the barrier's failing to block it. We're running out of time.
Ed's world goes dark, and he feels himself being dragged away from Saintus. When he comes to, he's lying on the ground, his head pounding. The battle's over, but the damage is already done.
How? How could this happen?
No, no, no. This can't be happening. Ed scrambles to his feet, frantically scanning the area for Saintus. But she's nowhere to be seen. His eyes widen in horror as he realizes the worst. We'll see if he can find her.
What have we gotten ourselves into? Saintus.
Ed's eyes are fixed on the senior Ed, watching him as he speaks. What does he want? Ed wants to know what's going on. He wants to know why someone killed Saintus. What blocks them? The situation blocks Ed. He's trying to process the information, but his mind is frozen. What happens? Ed's trying to understand what's happening, but everything feels uncertain. What is the cost? The cost is Saintus's life.
You had your chance. Now kneel.
The senior Ed's eyes are fixed on Ed, and he's watching him as he processes the information. Ed's heart is pounding in his chest, and his breathing is getting shallow.
The Sacred Lance Dragon explodes in a cataclysmic blast, its resurrected fury tearing through the Extras Academy grounds, leaving destruction and chaos in its wake. Delite's disappearance shatters Clarice's fragile trust, plunging her into a dark abyss of self-doubt and regret as she's left to grapple with the weight of her own guilt and inadequacy. Alone number 1 flickers on the screen, the only clue to the mysterious forces manipulating the Academy's fragile balance, as the true mastermind behind the chaos remains shrouded in shadows.
Your weekend isn't complete without a new chapter recap. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari now. Here's my attempt at narrating the first beats of the Extras Academy Survival Guide in the style of the world's most elite YouTube Manwa recap narrator. Ed Rothstaler is sweating bullets. He's been hiding in the woods, trying to avoid the game's heroes. But why are 4 female leads now tracking him down? Ed's initial instinct is to keep moving. He's in survival mode after being disowned by his family and kicked out of the dormitory. But his presence starts to change the timeline. Things aren't adding up. Stop it. Time rewind. Aspectual magic. Ed Rothstaler is sweating bullets. He's been hiding in the woods, trying to avoid the game's heroes. But why are 4 female leads now tracking him down? Ed's initial instinct is to keep moving. His hands still won't stop moving. Every movement is a calculation, a plan to keep himself safe. Ed's grip on reality slips, and his mouth opens, but no sound comes out. His body is a mass of tension. He's trapped in this cycle of fear, this desperate need to survive. His body starts to break, the tension builds and finally bursts. His scream echoes through the forest. He's completely alone now, no one to turn to. Ed's grip on reality has slipped. No one can see him if he just stays hidden. His eyes are wild, unblinking. He's completely lost. Ugh. You're faced with a critical moment. You have to decide whether to trust Saintis or not. She seems to know what she's doing, but you're not sure what her plan is.
Saintis? Ed's getting more desperate by the minute. Those female leads just keep pushing forward, and he's not sure what's going to happen next. He says, "My place." He tries to reassure Saintis that they can trust him. But Saintis just replies with a single line that's going to change everything. Saintis. 1-5-1-0-0-1-6-0-2.
The stakes are rising. Ed's anxiety is spiking. He doesn't want to get caught, but he's also not sure he can just sit back and do nothing. He tries to reason with Saintis. "Please get off, Saintis." "What?" Saintis won't back down. "I don't know how many times it's been for you, but..." Ed's trying to keep his cool, but it's slipping away from him. He interrupts Saintis. "But you need to rest." His voice is laced with a sense of desperation, and Saintis just looks at him with a mix of concern and determination. The tension between them is palpable. Ed's trying to reason with Saintis, but she's not having it. She tells him, "Please get off," and it's clearly written, "We can't stay here." Ed's in a tight spot. He knows he has to move, but he's not sure where to go. He's trapped, and the situation is spiraling out of control.
As Eun-hyun's desperate warning falls on deaf ears, darkness closes in, his exhausted body screaming for rest, but his spirit refuses to surrender, burning with determination to reach the truth. Eun-hyun's emotional turmoil reaches a boiling point as the weight of his responsibilities, the burden of his past, and the pressure to uncover the truth takes a devastating toll on his mental and physical health. The truth about his missing sister hangs precariously in the balance, as Eun-hyun's investigation unfolds with every passing moment, each new discovery threatening to shatter the fragile equilibrium of his world, and the consequences of failure loom large.
The next arc is darker, faster, and hits harder. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and don't miss a second. Ed trusts Senior Adriel and follows him into the woods. But he can't shake off the feeling of being watched. His goal is to uncover the truth and maybe get a second chance. The obstacle is his body's weakness. Every wound screams in protest. He's got to keep moving, but his doubts linger. He needs answers and fast. What happens next is that he gets closer to the truth. But at what cost? The cost is his life hanging by a thread. Ed's out of time and he knows it. The Saintess, Mex's bridge, and Archbishop Verdio are all counting on him. He's desperate for a solution, but Archbishop Verdio's words hang in the air like a challenge. Can Ed trust him? You had your chance. Ed's desperation grows as he tries to keep up with the rapidly changing situation. His hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice. The stakes are higher than ever. Ed realizes he can't trust even Archbishop Verdio. Alright guys, welcome back to the Extras Academy Survival Guide Recaps. I'm your host, Brain, and we're diving into the action-packed world of Ed Rothstaler, a former third-rate villain. Ed's got a problem, and it's not just his past. Senior Ed's got an offer, one that could make Ed's life a lot easier. What Ed wants is a deal that won't come back to haunt him. The obstacle is Ed's reputation and Senior Ed's cold demeanor. Ed's action is a nod of agreement, one that might just seal his fate. The consequence is Ed promising to repay the debt, one that might be harder to pay than he thinks. I'm sure you have a reason for this, Senior Edition. I will believe in you. Senior Ed doesn't look convinced, and Ed's starting to sweat.
The Saintess makes a heart-wrenching decision, risking everything to protect her loved ones, as her complex past and present collide in a desperate bid for survival. The emotional toll of her choice is crushing, as she's forced to confront the weight of her responsibilities, sacrifice, and the love she's lost, leaving her scarred and forever changed. With the Saintess gone and her allies scattered, the ruthless forces closing in, and the dark secrets unraveled, the fate of the Extras Academy hangs precariously in the balance, fueling a deadly game of cat and mouse.
You watched the whole thing. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. That's all I ask. He just sealed his fate with a single, devastating blow. His future is hanging in the balance. Ed Rothstaler, a nobody, is about to face off against the strongest in the game. His goal is clear: stay alive, earn a scholarship, and make a new life for himself. But the stakes are high. He's not exactly the favorite to live this game. His hands won't stop moving, and he checks the exit twice, knowing he's got to stay one step ahead. Ed's desperate to survive this ordeal. The safety and strength of his new life depend on it. The Saintess is on his tail, and Ed's not happy about it. Ed's resolve hardens. He acknowledges that his body and mind aren't fully restored. He must break through the cycle of repeated days, no matter the cost. Ed grits his teeth, decides to push forward, and unleashes a blast of magic.
Stop. You're wrong.
Ed's magic is met with resistance from the Saintess's power. The air is electric with tension. The Saintess refuses to give up, and Ed's magic starts to wane. Suddenly, time seems to rewind, and Ed's eyes widen in shock. He realizes that his actions are changing the timeline. His body lurches forward, despite his promise to stay hidden. His legs betray him, carrying him toward the forest's edge. Ed's eyes widen as he realizes he's about to crash into something. His hands fly up to shield his face, and that's when he sees her. Wait! No, this can't be happening. Ed stumbles backward, confusion etched on his face. His breath comes in short, sharp gasps. He looks around, trying to get his bearings. And then her voice cuts through the chaos. Ed's eyes lock onto hers, and he sees something that makes his heart sink.
Adele watches in horror as Krot Ox's shocking transformation leaves her stunned and betrayed, the revelation threatening to upend everything she thought she knew about the Academy. Adele's trust, once a beacon of hope, has been shattered into a million pieces, leaving her reeling from the depth of Krot Ox's deception, her very sense of self at risk of disintegration. As the darkness closes in, Adele's desperate cry for answers remains unanswered, her fate hanging precariously in the balance. her next move hanging like a guillotine, poised to drop at any moment.
Show everyone you know your stuff. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and stay ahead of the curve. He thinks he's got it bad now, but he's about to find out how bad it can get. The city's a jungle, and he's just a stray dog waiting to get devoured. Survival's his only goal, and he knows it.
Doesn't appear to be interested in his current predicament.
I'm about to unravel a thread that could either make or break everything I've come to understand. My heart still pounds with anticipation. Every fiber of my being screams at me to be cautious, but my choices are no longer my own.
Your talents are too great. It seems you've finally become able to see your own future.
The Archbishop's words feel like the last drop. Something within me shatters. What lies ahead now? A glimmer of the future reveals itself, and for a moment, I see a world I've only ever dreamed of. What price will I pay for this new reality? Alright, let's dive into Beat. I've got my pulse racing here.
Stop, we can't give up now.
His unease grows as he thinks about the bigger picture. He's aware of the massive consequences that await them if they fail. He looks around frantically, then his eyes lock onto Adele. Adele's got a look of determination on her face, but Ed still doesn't know what to do. Adele approaches Ed, a determined glint in her eyes. Adele, what do I have to do in order to live a pure life? Ed asks her, genuinely seeking guidance. The world is watching, and the stakes are too high for him to give up. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife.
Ed takes a step forward, determined to face his destiny head-on. He's beginning to understand that he can't outrun the consequences of his actions in the game. The scholars in Sylvania are closing in. He needs to find a way to clear his name and earn a scholarship. He's not just fighting for himself, he's fighting for the people he cares about.
Stop. You're wrong. Ed's voice echoes in his mind, a reminder that he's not alone in this fight.
Ed's eyes narrow as he sees the 4 females closing in on him. He knows he can't outrun them forever. His stomach growls with hunger, a reminder that he's been surviving on berries and mud for days.
Our protagonist's holy power continues to surge to new heights, as the baptism and blessing bestowed upon him unlock unimaginable potential. Eric's newfound confidence is tempered by the weight of his friend's ominous warning, leaving him torn between pride and trepidation about their mission. The enigmatic figure's presence lingers, casting a dark shadow over the Extras Academy, as students begin to whisper about the stranger's true intentions amidst the eerie silence that follows.
You'll never have to search for chapter summaries again. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and let them come to you.
Humanity's on the brink of collapse, and I've got a front row seat. The Holy Lance Dragon's revival is already here, and we're at its mercy. I've been predicting this outcome for years, but it still doesn't feel real. The Order, with their arrogant smiles and empty promises, still think they can save us. They think Lord and God will show up and make it all right. But I know the truth, we're done. Stop waiting for miracles. What if today's the day it all falls apart? Humanity's on the brink of collapse, and I've got a front row seat. The Holy Lance Dragon's revival is already here, and we're at its mercy.
Ed's face is set in a determined expression. He's about to make his move. He strides towards the Order's leader, his eyes flashing with determination.
Stats are maxing out. The Holy Lance Dragon's power surges near.
The air is charged with tension as the Order's leader turns to face him. Ed's got a plan, but it's about to go awry. He spots the leader, Rex, who's already suspicious of him. Ed knows he's in danger. The leader's eyes narrow as he approaches.
You're going to die soon.
Ed's plan to avoid the dormitory is about to get crushed. For girls just won't leave him alone. It's like they're hell-bent on ruining his life. He's got a goal. Ed does. He wants to create his own path and earn that scholarship without anyone's help. His hands won't stop moving. He's constantly fidgeting, checking the exit twice. His mind is racing. He needs to make a decision, fast.
Just leave me alone.
Will they listen, though? The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Ed's resolve is tested as the female leads converge on him, each with their own agenda. He wants to keep moving, but the order is closing in. What if he's the key to unraveling a larger conspiracy?
Kathina, the Extrag Academy Survival Guide, has been compromised.
Ed's got a problem. He's stuck in this woods, and the order is closing in. He needs to stay hidden, but his actions are changing the game's course. What if he's the only one who can save the game? He has to keep moving, but the female leads are starting to get suspicious. Ed's goal is to stay under the radar, but his presence is altering the timeline.
Ed's got a plan, all right. He's gonna stay hidden and avoid the order. But, oh no, the Holy Lance Dragon's on its way. If it destroys everything in its path, humanity is doomed. And what's Ed's role in all this? He's got no idea. But he's starting to feel the weight of responsibility.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
How will Ed use his new powers to stop the Holy Lance Dragon? Ed's got a secret. He's got high-level electricity magic. And oh man, the Archbishop is not happy about it. He thinks Ed's got the kind of power that can take down the entire Holy Imperial capital. The key action unfolds as the Extra bursts into the high-stakes meeting, confronting Archbishop Verdio and Saintess Clarice with a shocking revelation that threatens to upend the fragile balance of power. The emotional stakes skyrocket as the Extra's words cut deep, exposing the darkest secrets of those they trusted, leaving a trail of shattered relationships and irreparable damage in their wake. As Archbishop Verdio's gaze freezes, his eyes locked on the Extra with a mix of horror and despair. The true extent of the Extra's power remains a dark and foreboding mystery, leaving the future hanging precariously in the balance.
I brought the story to life. Now bring this channel to life. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. The silence of the woods is shattered by the sound of footsteps. Ed Rothstaler emerges from the underbrush, eyes scanning for any sign of the game's protagonists. He's disowned by his family and kicked out of the dormitory, a third-rate villain with no home to call his own. His goal is clear: earn a scholarship, graduate, and secure a brighter future. But that means staying under the radar, avoiding the heroes who would love to take him down. The problem is, his presence is starting to warp the timeline. Events that should unfold without him are now changing because of his involvement. Shut up already. I just want to live my life. Telos is taken aback by Ed's sudden appearance, and the plan immediately falls apart. The group quickly realizes they're outmatched.
No, more importantly, how did she know to attack this place? The female's plan is ruined, and they must retreat. We must secure a path of retreat. Our priority is protecting His Holiness, Holy Pope Eldane. ***, let's dive into the world of the Extras Academy Survival Guide and bring you the complete story. Ed's heart is racing as he tries to come up with a plan. He knows he can't stay in this situation for much longer. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. It's okay if you fail. I can still turn time back a few more times. It's then that he remembers the necklace. He recalls the figure approaching him, the one who spoke with determination in her voice. Everything. He knows that every moment counts, that every decision has a consequence. He needs to trust in himself, to rely on his own abilities. He takes a deep breath, trying to steady himself. He knows that he's not alone in this world, that there are others out there who can help him. But for now, he's on his own. He needs to rely on himself, to trust in his own abilities.
Ed Rothstaler sees himself in the past, a third-rate villain, about to make his move against Telos.
Huff. Huff.
The apostles of Telos are brutally torn apart by their own dark pasts as each is forced to confront the terrifying reality of their own faith. Eduardo's fragile grip on reality is shattered as he grapples with the devastating loss of his innocence, leaving him forever changed by the cruel revelation that shakes his soul. The truth about the Apostles' origins hangs precariously in the balance as a new, ominous figure emerges from the shadows, their intentions a cryptic whisper that threatens to upend everything.
The best way to stay ahead in any manhwa? Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. We do the reading, you enjoy the story. Both the Saintess and Adele are already in Oro's custody. Time is running out, and Ed's in a desperate bind. He needs to get to them before things spiral out of control. The clock is ticking, and he's the only one who can stop the Order's planned event. Stop. Ed, this is our only chance. Ed realizes he has to act fast, but his chaotic thoughts and desperation for a way out. The reason he's trapped in the woods and struggling to get his bearings hold him back for now. Ed's coughing so badly that his body's shaking. He's desperate to escape the attention. His goal is to avoid the protagonists, but the timeline's already shifting. What's blocking him is his own determination to keep a low profile.
Stop following me.
It keeps moving, but his body's screaming to stop. His ankles throbbing, and he knows he can't outrun them forever. The consequence is his growing desperation to stay hidden. Ed's desperate to get to the chapel, but he's not alone. He spots Lucy in the shadows, and she's not happy. Ed knows his presence is a problem. He needs to keep a low profile, but Lucy's not going anywhere. What blocks him is his own anxiety about being discovered. Ed takes a step forward, trying to push past Lucy, but she's blocking the doorway. She wants something from Ed, but she's not saying what.
Stop following me.
Ed's hands are shaking as he tries to reason with Lucy. He knows he can't outrun her and he doesn't want a scene. His goal is to avoid the protagonists, but Lucy's here. Alright, let's dive into the latest developments. Ed Rothstaller's in a tight spot. Saintess Clarice, part of the Order, drags him into her carriage.
Stop. You're coming with me.
The key action or twist of this chapter happens now. Ed's desperate plea finally breaks through as he stands up to his seniors, revealing hidden strengths that could either liberate or condemn him. The emotional stakes are palpable as Ed's long-dormant courage is rekindled, forcing him to confront his troubled past and make impossible choices that will either redeem or destroy his fragile sense of self-worth. The cliffhanger looms large as Ed's newfound resolve threatens to upset the delicate balance of power at the Extras Academy, leaving his future prey to the whims of his power-hungry seniors and the sinister forces lurking in the shadows.
Start your day right with a new Manhwa recap. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. The necklace is screaming in his hands. Brian can feel the Holy Lance Dragon resonating with Ed's presence. Ed's eyes go wide as the truth hits him. He's trapped in a world where he's a third-rate villain. The city is in chaos, and Ed's the last one the NPCs would want to see. He's desperate to get out, but his body won't move.
Stop. You're wrong.
Ed's face twists in anguish. He doesn't want to be this guy. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife.
Let's go. As fast as we can. We don't have any time. Okay, Ed.
Ed hesitates, but Loha's enthusiasm is contagious. He starts to move faster, but his mind is still racing with questions. What do these people want from him? And how can he keep them from ruining his plans to earn a scholarship? Let's dive into the world of the Extras Academy Survival Guide and explore some epic story beats. Ed's resolve falters. Loha's words pierce his heart like a knife. He can't ignore the group anymore, but Ed's determined to keep away from them. What does Loha want? She wants Ed to participate in the Holy Pope's scheme. Ed's obstacle is his own conviction. He doesn't want to get involved.
I believe in you, Ed. You do it.
The group's momentum builds up, but Ed's still unsure. He needs time to think, and maybe find a way to ditch the group without getting caught. What happens next? The Holy Pope's influence spreads, and Ed's caught in the middle. The cost? His chance to escape quietly might just slip away. Ed's trying to keep a low profile in the woods, but Loha's got her eyes on him. She wants to protect him from the Holy Pope's influence, which is spreading fast. Ed's desperate to escape. The cost of being seen is expulsion and becoming a fugitive. He decides to keep moving, but Loha finds him anyway.
Protect Ed.
Loha gets her way. Ed agrees to let her help him.
The Archbishop's cunning plan unfolds as he manipulates key allies, leaving our heroes scrambling to stay one step ahead of the sinister plot that threatens to destroy everything they hold dear. The weight of responsibility now rests squarely on the shoulders of our protagonist, who is forced to confront the harsh reality of their own limitations and the devastating consequences of their choices, forever changing the course of their life. With the stakes higher than ever, our heroes find themselves trapped in a desperate game of cat and mouse, as the Archbishop's relentless pursuit pushes them to the very edge, leaving their survival hanging precariously in the balance.
Not everyone finds recaps this good, but you did. Protect that advantage. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. I'm Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain who's supposed to be dead, but I'm standing right in front of the Apostles of Teo, and Taldarak's third seat is staring me down. I need to get out of here before I get caught. My family disowned me, and I don't have a scholarship to rely on. I've got to earn one if I want to graduate and start a new life. What's your business here? My hands won't stop moving, and I'm eyeing the exit. I trust no one. My whole life, my family's only taught me deceit and manipulation. I don't have friends, and I don't need any.
Ed's face darkens. He understands Taldarak's power. It's time to put a stop to his plans. Ed's hand cracks with magic, the air around him trembling. What is the cost of this battle? Ed's scholarship hangs in the balance. Ed Rothstaler's eyes snap open. He's disoriented, but the memories come flooding back. Being the laughingstock of the game, his family's rejection, the dorm's boot. He knows he needs that scholarship to survive.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked. Ed looks around, realizing he's not in his own game world. He's living in the woods. Suddenly, a figure materializes before him. Marilda.
Marilda's eyes are fixed on Ed, a mixture of curiosity and calculation.
You can't stop this.
Ed's breath comes in short bursts. He knows he has to get out of there, but his legs won't budge. Marilda takes a step closer, her voice still reciting facts and figures. Taldarak charges forward, his movements swift and deadly. Ed realizes he's being pulled into a world where he has no control. But what's the cost? Ed's eyes lock onto Taldarak's, a spark of fear igniting within him. He knows he has to act fast. But what can he do? His hands won't stop shaking. He checks the exit twice, his eyes darting between Marilda and Taldarak. Ed makes a split-second decision. He leaps forward, trying to outrun his fate.
Wait, Ed, stop.
What Ed wants is to escape, but he can't move. What's blocking him is his own uncertainty. Action. Ed tries to break free, but his legs won't cooperate.
The key action or twist of this chapter unfolds as PH0 now stands inches from PH23, her blade poised to deliver the final blow, the air thick with anticipation of a devastating knockout. The emotional stakes are heightened as PH0's relentless pursuit of self-improvement comes at the cost of her very humanity, leaving her questioning the true meaning of her existence. The cliffhanger hangs precariously as PH0's next victim, PH95, lies motionless at her feet, the eerie stillness shattered only by pitch 1/18's ominous whisper echoing through the desolate landscape.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and hit the bell. 2 taps. Takes 2 seconds. Verdio's plan is dying and he knows it. The Saintess has rejected his offer, and the Holy Lance Dragon's revival hangs in the balance. His desperation grows as the innocent lives at stake become a crushing weight on his conscience. He sees the future crumbling before him with no escape. Verdio's frustration boils over as he acknowledges defeat.
You had your chance. Now kneel.
Ed's priority is to stay alive in the woods without interfering with the Academy's story. His new life revolves around finding food and shelter. However, his proximity to the students starts to alter the events of the game. He needs to maintain a safe distance, but the Academy's women are relentless in their pursuit of him. Ed tries to ignore them, but their presence is disrupting the timeline.
You need to tell us what you know.
Ed's resolve crumbles as the Saintess approaches him, her eyes filled with a determined fire. He's desperate to protect himself from the chaos he's causing, but her gaze makes him want to open up. Using Wellbrock's tone is sharp. His eyes focus solely on Ed. He'll leave no stone unturned in his pursuit of the truth. Ed's eyes narrow as he takes the package, his senses on high alert for any signs of betrayal. What's inside could be the key to his survival, or it could be a curse. He tugs the wrapping free, revealing a small vial of liquid.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Ed's eyes lock onto Ohai's, a million questions burning inside him. He takes a deep breath, trying to read her expression, but her face remains inscrutable, leaving him to wonder what secrets she's hiding.
As the extras' true intentions are revealed, a shocking betrayal unfolds, leaving the Saintess reeling in a world where trust has been brutally shattered. The Saintess's confidence is shattered as she faces the harsh reality of being manipulated and deceived, her sense of self-worth hanging precariously in the balance of a desperate game. The extra's sinister plan is now set in motion, leaving a trail of chaos and destruction in its wake as the fate of the Saintess and her loyal followers hangs precariously by a thread.
Make this your weekly ritual. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari for your guaranteed dose of action. Here's the deal, folks. We got our main man, young Master Ed, living in the woods. He's trying to fly under the radar, but 4 female leads just won't leave him alone. Janica. No idea what her last name is yet, but she's a force to be reckoned with, and the head maid, who's as sweet as can be. Young Master Ed's primary goal here is to get Janica's health back on track. He's genuinely concerned. She's got an injury, and he's worried it's going to be a problem. He really cares about her well-being. Now enter Janica herself. She's still recovering, and young Master Ed comes to check in on her.
A Tyrant's Academy survival guide just got a lot more interesting. Young Master Ed's intrigued. What does this mean for the students at Adirun? And how will Clarice's involvement change the dynamics?
Stats up. New quest unlocked. Kylie dishes out more updates on the situation. Archbishop Verdio's been taken in by the church, and Pope Aldean is acknowledging his error.
Young Master Ed finds himself face to face with Janica, who's injured and in dire need of help. He's hesitant, remembering his situation as a third-rate villain. Janica's pleading eyes force him to make a choice: prioritize his own survival or risk everything for her well-being. His hands tremble as he decides to take her to the head maid for assistance.
Please.
Ed Rothstaler lives by his wits and his fists. He can't trust anyone in this new reality, not even himself. Every decision feels like a gamble. Who does he turn to? The 4 girls from the game, Janica, Brian, the head maid, and who else? His goal is to stay under their radar and earn that scholarship, all while keeping his head down and his fists up. But obstacles keep piling up. His past mistakes, his new life, the expectations of these girls who won't leave him alone.
Stop lying to yourself, Ed.
Janica is being whisked away from her life, forced to leave behind the only people she's come to trust, as the weight of her new reality crushes her spirit. Her connection to the future is severed, leaving her vulnerable and lost, unable to see the path ahead. Her sense of purpose shattered like fragile glass on stone. Janica is now a pawn in a far larger game, her fate hanging precariously in the balance as she's dragged towards the mysterious holy capital, leaving Clarice and everything else behind in a cloud of uncertainty.
Let me do the heavy lifting while you sit back and enjoy. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari every week. We didn't get past the first week, and now the Academy is hunting us down like common pests. Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, is the least of their worries. He's been kicked out of dormitory life, disowned by his family. Now living in the woods, his life is a daily struggle to survive. The memories of his past mistakes still linger, a constant reminder of his failures. Ed's desperate to keep a low profile, but his presence is a ticking time bomb, ready to disrupt the entire story. He's the last thing they need, a chaotic wild card.
What do you want? He asks.
Ed's got a goal, earn a scholarship, and get out of this mess. But there's an obstacle: his past as a third-rate villain keeps catching up with him. What does Ed do about it? He decides to keep a safe distance from the main characters, but his actions are about to change the timeline. The cost? Ed's not just a side character. He's the key to unlocking a whole new reality. His instincts are screaming to run, but something inside him refuses to back down. He's seen the inner workings of this world, and he's ready to play. Ed's eyes snap open, still processing the shock. He wants answers, but his voice cracks as he tries to speak. His mind is racing. What happened? How did he end up here? His frustration boils over as he attempts to make sense of the world around him. He demands an explanation, but it's unclear who or what he's speaking to. His emotions are a jumble of confusion, frustration, and desperation. He can't shake the feeling that he's not in control.
It's been a while, Janica.
A new figure appears, Rihanna, sales manager of the Elta Trading Company. She's got a no-nonsense attitude and seems to know Ed's situation all too well. Ed's mind reels as she mentions Lady Lordle's expectations and the timeline of events. This is getting complicated fast.
Is this Ed I'm speaking to here? My official title is Sales Manager Dune of the Elta Trading Company's Sylvania Brank. This is Rihanna.
What does Rihanna mean by "it'll be over soon"? And what's Ed supposed to do about Lady Lordle's debts? This story just got a whole lot more interesting, and Ed is right in the middle of it. Ed's got to focus on survival right now, finding food, shelter.
The key action or twist of this chapter. The cabin's location is revealed, hidden behind a waterfall, but its true purpose remains shrouded in mystery, fueling Ed's growing unease and desperation. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Ed's fragile trust in those around him is shattered as he discovers the truth about the cabin, leaving him emotionally drained and questioning his own sanity. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. As the sun sets, Ed's worst fears are confirmed, and he's forced to confront the darkness closing in around him, with no escape in sight.
Something major happens to this character very soon. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari before the spoilers find you. Brian, Lady Lordle's cabin is a mere facade. Her true intentions are already being carved into the wilderness. Ed Rothstaler can feel the unease in his bones. He's been sent to measure out a plot for a cabin, but Lady Lordle's reputation precedes her. His hands are already itching to leave, but his pride tells him to see this through. He checks the plot twice, making sure to hide his doubts. Lady Lordle's eyes narrow as he starts to scribble out the measurements. "You're not doing it right." Ed glances up, trying to gauge Lady Lordle's intentions. But all he sees is a cold calculation, the kind that could chill a man to the bone.
Ed rolls his eyes, thinking it's too early to be planning for the next semester. Panels dash. Who is there? Ed is still talking to those 4 women. What do they want? They all want something from Ed. Dune wants to know Ed's weaknesses, and Lady Lordle is trying to keep him at bay. Rihanna is trying to keep the peace, and the narrator dude is still observing. What blocks them? Ed is hesitant to get involved, and the narrator dude seems to already know some of Ed's secrets. What happens? Dune tries to get Ed to reveal his weaknesses, but Ed is too clever for that. Ed tells Dune that he's got no weaknesses, and the narrator dude seems to know he's lying.
Lady Lordle's intentions for building a cabin here are revealed, forcing Juan to confront the harsh realities of her plans and the true nature of her investment in the Extras Academy students. Juan's encounter with Lady Lordle leaves him shaken, his perception of the world shattered by the realization of the ruthless calculations behind her actions, and his sense of purpose left reeling. As Juan grapples with the aftermath, a lingering question echoes in his mind, threatening to consume him. Who will be the next victim of Lady Lordle's ambition? And will he be able to escape its deadly grasp?
Every recap is written for fans who actually care about the lore. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and never lose the plot.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Ed decides to keep his distance, to avoid being noticed by the Academy's elite. He's too afraid to trust anyone, and that's why he's always alone. This means he has to take matters into his own hands. His weakness is his inability to connect with others, to form meaningful relationships.
Stop. You're wrong. No, Anna.
As Ed navigates the forest, he realizes he's not alone for long. There are people who recognize him, who know his name and his reputation. Ed's trying to stay off the radar, but it's getting harder by the minute. Ed visits Nurse Janica daily, trying to keep his routine intact. The familiar environment gives him a sense of control. Ed asks Nurse Janica about the possibility of helping her with her workload. He tries to extend his help to gain her trust. That's the goal. But he's aware that his past may raise suspicions, making his proposition a delicate one. That's the obstacle. Ed decides to offer his assistance, hoping to establish a relationship. That's the action. But Nurse Janica is intrigued, and her interest may attract unwanted attention. That's the consequence. Ed takes on this risk. Can he afford to fail? Ed and Nurse Janica discuss his assistance, trying to come to a mutual agreement. He hopes to gain her trust, to create a connection. That's the goal.
The key action or twist of this chapter, protagonist Young-ho discovers a long-buried secret about his own past on the battlefield, forcing him to confront a shocking truth that threatens to shatter his entire identity. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost as Young-ho grapples with the revelation. He must also come to terms with the devastating loss of his innocence, leaving him feeling raw, vulnerable, and irreparably changed forever. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward as tensions reach a boiling point. A mysterious figure lurks in the shadows, whispering ominous warnings to Young-ho, hinting at a catastrophic event that's about to shatter the fragile balance of power at the Extras Academy.
You got lucky finding this video. Don't rely on luck twice. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Lucy Merrill's eyes sparkle as she spots Ed. She wants to dress him up as best as she can, to maintain her title as senior maid. But there's a catch. What if Ed rejects her help? What if he's not interested in being dressed up? Lucy's determination to prove herself is about to face a challenge. Her hands won't stop moving as she takes out her sewing kit. Ed, already wary of getting involved, is torn between trusting Lucy and keeping his distance. His lips press together. He doesn't know what to do. You are plenty beautiful, but tomorrow... Lucy's words cut deep. What does she mean? Let's dive into what's happening with Ed Rothstaler, our extra stuck in this world. He realizes his mana is flowing effortlessly through his body, which is actually a pretty sweet upgrade for his spirit sensitivity. Wait, this would really improve my power. It's amazing. No wonder. Ed's getting a visit from an unknown person, who's apparently Lucy's brother. The atmosphere is casual, but with hints of embarrassment and concern for Lucy's well-being. Stop. You're wrong. Ed rushes to the student council room. He's got to think fast and come up with a plan. But what's going on here? Janaica is already in the room. Ed sees her standing confidently in front of the president. Top F. What's Janaica's goal? What's she after? The president's words cut in. With your first break approaching, I wish to see you again. Tanya, you should come back home and get some rest. Then return to Sylvania. Janaica looks concerned. Also, I know Ed is alive. Janaica's trying to protect Ed. But Ed's not ready to be protected. He's got his own goals to chase. Bring Ed with you if you can.
An ominous figure emerges from the shadows, watching as students eagerly await their vacation break, their smiles masking a sense of unease that lingers in the air. Janica Failover's reputation as the top student hangs in the balance as the pressure to maintain her title intensifies, forcing her to confront the cracks in her facade, leaving her vulnerable to those around her. The fate of those who dared to challenge the system remains uncertain, as whispers of Owen's hidden connection spread, threatening to upend the delicate balance of power within the Extras Academy, casting a dark shadow over the horizon.
This channel exists because of fans like you. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and keep it going. Ed stumbles upon a group of students studying for their final exam. He tries to blend in, but Professor Kalade notices him. His goal is to avoid attention, but his previous mistakes make it hard.
Stop trying to hide, Ed. You're in my class.
Ed tries to sneak away, but the professor's words echo in his mind. He can't let his past mistakes define him. He takes a deep breath and joins the group. The cost of not trying to improve his life is too high. Ed's face falls as Lucy walks towards him, smiling. He thinks he's managed to avoid them, but here she is, asking him to join her for some mysterious business. What does she really want? Stop. You're wrong. But what if Lucy's kindness isn't what it seems? What if Ed's misjudged her just like he has everyone else in his life? He can't afford to trust anyone now, not with the final exam looming in 3 days. His unease grows with every passing moment. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Alright folks, we're diving into a pivotal moment in the Extras Academy Survival Guide.
He's got a simple question. How can he keep his promise without falling into the same pitfalls? Ed's reaching out, hoping to find someone trustworthy. But who can he rely on in this game?
Seojin's desperate attempt to hold on to his newfound connection with his teacher results in a shocking revelation about his true interests that exposes a hidden vulnerability. The emotional stakes escalate as Seojun grapples with the painful truth about his genuine motivations, leaving him emotionally drained and questioning his entire existence within the academy. Seojin's shocking epiphany now hangs precariously in the balance as he's forced to confront the stark reality of his own desires, leaving him on the cusp of a potentially crushing self-discovery.
There was a hidden detail in this chapter you probably missed. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari, and I'll reveal it next time. Get ready for the adventure of a lifetime. Folks, I'm stuck in this woods, with nothing but my wits and a spellbook. I need to get better at magic if I want to graduate. My goal is to light a fire without it getting out of control. But my obstacle is my own inexperience. I've never even attempted a real fire spell. I take a deep breath and focus on the flame, pouring all my energy into it. My hands move swiftly, the fire igniting with a soft whoosh. It's a small start, but it's a start nonetheless. My consequence is finally feeling like I can do this.
Stop, you're going to burn the whole forest.
My goal is to master more complex spells, but my obstacle is my own tendency to freeze up when things get tough. I need to calm down and focus. I take a few deep breaths, trying to quiet my racing heart. I push aside my doubts and focus on the spell in front of me. I raise my hand, feeling the familiar surge of magic as I cast the mid-rank spell. My hands move swiftly, the magic bursting forth in a beautiful explosion. It's a small victory, but it's a start.
Magic maxed. New skill unlocked.
My goal is to learn as much as I can, but my obstacle is my own lazy nature. Ed's goal is to break his own concentration, but his obstacle is the female lead trying to use basic aspectual magic to keep him trapped. His action is to try and dispel her spell, but it's getting harder with every second. His consequence is that he's starting to feel like he's losing control, and that's when things start to get really out of hand.
What are you doing? Are you consciously trying to only use elemental magic?
And what will Ed do when he's forced to confront the truth about his magic? Ed's goal is to pass the magical test without raising suspicion. His obstacle is Will's sharp eyes and assistant Professor Claire's watchful gaze.
The exam results are in, and Woo-sung's fate hangs precariously in the balance as he faces the consequences of his questionable integrity and the expectations of his peers and professors. Woo-sung's reputation takes a devastating hit as his classmates turn against him, leaving him isolated and struggling to regain their trust. His relationships forever changed by this betrayal. The stage is set for a high-stakes showdown as Woo-sung's rival, Do-jin, emerges as a dark horse, his true intentions and abilities shrouded in mystery, and the fate of the academy hanging precariously in the balance.
Picture your feed filled with only the best, high-quality recaps. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and make it happen. Ed's goal is to survive the wilderness and earn a scholarship, but he's blocked by the harsh environment and limited resources. He begins to self-study, using his past knowledge to stay afloat. Ed's hands move quickly, checking the exit multiple times, his mind racing with every possible scenario. He has to keep moving, has to keep learning.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Ed's hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice, his anxiety is building. He knows he can't let his emotions get the better of him. He has to stay focused. Ed receives an unexpected visit from Glast, a teacher who's sympathetic to his cause. Ed looks away, his eyes avoiding the scene unfolding before him, but he knows he can't escape the consequences of being seen. Ed senses something's off in the air, a spectral magic, an unpredictable force that disrupts the timeline. He needs to understand how it works before he gets caught up in it. Glast's final moments start to unravel in his mind. The danger Ed poses, the stakes if he fails. Ed decides to probe deeper, to feel the pulse of the magic. But will he unravel the very fabric of reality?
Stop. Don't make this worse.
Ed grits his teeth, bracing himself for the impact. Glast Ed's attention is drawn to him as the high-rank spell whips down. He's been holding on till now, but the power now is almost too much. Ed sees this boy who won't give up, no matter how impossible the situation looks. He realizes that Glast might just be trying to tell him something, but the words are lost in the maelstrom. For now.
Ha!
Ed Rothstaler is about to take a beating. He needs those ice magic skills to save Glast's life. Glast is the one who's going to die if Ed can't figure out how to use his powers. Ed's goal is to master that ice magic. The obstacle is the time running out. Glast's life is at risk. Ed decides to take action, but it backfires as a high-ranking ice magic spell gets the better of him.
It's too late.
Ed can't recover from that mistake. His hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice, anxiety building up inside him. Ed realizes that one wrong move could mean Glast's life. He can't afford to fail now.
The key action or twist of this chapter is happening live as a desperate student unleashes the Spirit Formula Manifest Waterhead, unleashing a catastrophic chain reaction that threatens to engulf the campus. A student's reckless attempt to tap into raw power has left them emotionally shattered, their confidence crushed, and their relationships on the brink of collapse, the weight of their actions threatening to consume them whole.
If this recap helped you, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Simple as that. Ed's eyes widen as he reads the third-year rank list. Wade Collarmore is the valedictorian, and the names shift in his favor, with his own name on top as the new valedictorian. He's about to become the top student at the academy. This is exactly what he needs to secure his scholarship. Ed's hands shake with excitement, but his goal remains a fixed target. He sets off to maintain a low profile, avoiding the attention that comes with being the top student. Stop acting like a nobody, Janica. Ed's resolve falters, and he feels an unsettling urge to prove himself once more. But now's the time to stay under the radar. Will he be able to resist the urge to seek recognition? Ed's current goal is to stay out of Hunit's way, but Janica is making it difficult for him. She wants to talk to him about the written exams, and Ed's not sure if he can trust her. His eyes narrow as he looks at her.
Stop. You're wrong.
Ed wants to focus on his studies, but Janica's persistence is making it hard to resist her. What's the cost of giving in to Janica's persuasion? Ed looks at Hunit's, wary of what's to come. The group is supposed to celebrate classes being over, but Hunit's shows up and tries to claim Janica. Ed steps in, unsure what's going on. Janica seems flustered and tries to brush off Ed's concerns. Janica's words are laced with a desperation that Ed can't quite understand. He's still trying to wrap his head around this new reality, but Janica's pushing him for answers. Ed's not ready to give them up, not when he's still trying to keep his head above water. His hands are clenched into fists, a sure sign of the tension building up inside him. What happens when Ed refuses to back down?
Siaha's desperate gamble pays off as he finally cracks the code, but at the cost of further isolating himself from his peers, who are now more suspicious than ever. Siaha's fragile alliance with Hecate's faction is on the brink of collapse as their mutual trust is shattered, leaving him to pick up the pieces of a shattered friendship. As the first-year rankings are revealed, the true extent of Wade's genius is exposed, but Siaha's own academic fate hangs precariously in the balance, with Silaha's mysterious presence now casting a dark shadow over the academy.
I brought the story to life. Now bring this channel to life. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
I set off in 2 days. Ed is about to move his plan forward, but something's blocking him. His hands fidget, and his eyes dart around. He checks his gear twice. Ed's trying to decide on a course of action, but what if Fenia doesn't follow through? He takes a deep breath, and his shoulders settle. He gives a nod. Ed makes the call, and Fenia gets on board. Belle appears, giving Fenia some herbs. Fenia puts them in her curry and starts eating. Chow.
Ed's eyes snap open, and he's still disoriented from his sudden transformation into a third-rate villain. He's in a dark, damp cave, and the air is stale. His heart is racing, and he can feel the familiar urge to fight. What's going on? What the? The female leads seem to follow him without a care, Fenia and the others unafraid to barge in. Ed keeps his distance, unsure of their intentions. Their presence seems to disrupt the timeline. A letter arrives from Lord Crapin, his tone cold, demanding. Ed's resolve to stay hidden falters. Alright guys, what's up? So Ed Rothstaler, our man, finds himself in a whole new world, and he's got a purpose, earn a scholarship, graduate, and set himself up for life. Now he's living off the grid, trying to stay under the radar, but it's getting harder. These female leads just won't leave him alone. Fenia Elias Kloll, specifically, is like a wild card, always barging in on Ed. He's not sure what she wants, but he's determined to stay hidden. Let's dive into the story. We've got 2 beats to cover.
AG is caught off guard as his deepest secret is mercilessly exposed, his carefully constructed walls crumbling under the intense scrutiny of Janica, leaving him defenseless and humiliated. Janica's revelation has torn through AG's fragile sense of security, stripping him of the one thing he thought he had under control, leaving him vulnerable and exposed in the eyes of those he once trusted. The consequences of Janika's newfound power are left hanging precariously in the balance, as the other students begin to sniff out her secret, sparking a ruthless game of cat and mouse that will change the dynamics of the Academy forever.
Only the top 1% of readers make it this far. Prove you're one of them. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Ed's hands are shaking as he opens the letter. He must have been expecting it, but now that it's real, his goal is to calm down and figure out what's going on. But what does that even mean, Princess Salaha? Ed's thoughts are racing as he wonders who could have written this letter and sent it to him. His next move is crucial, and his hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice, his eyes darting around the room. Ed must find a new place to live, but his hands are shaking as he opens the letter, and his goal is to calm down and figure out what's going on. The obstacle in his way is the unsealed letter, which symbolizes trust not being there for the recipient. Ed's action is to take a deep breath and try to read the letter. Ed's eyes narrow, his hands still clenched into fists.
The key action or twist of this chapter. Ed Roth's desperation reaches a boiling point as he stands by the sinking ship, his loyalty to his friends tested by the harsh realities of the Extras Academy. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Ed's unwavering dedication to his friends may come at the cost of his own well-being, leaving him questioning whether his loyalty is worth the price of his own survival. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. As Ed struggles to make a decision, the ship's impending doom looms large, threatening to upend the fragile balance of alliances and friendships within the Extras Academy.
Imagine knowing exactly what happens before your friends do. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and be the one with the answers. Ed Rothstaler's life is about to change in ways he can't even fathom. He's not who he used to be. His body's stronger, and a sharp confidence radiates from him. Ed's goal is to stay hidden, to keep to himself, to avoid drawing attention. But his size and presence catch people off guard, especially when his physical strength starts to alter the surroundings.
Is it him? The previous successor.
The princess and Fenia are watching him, their words sharp as knives. They're looking for any sign of weakness, any chance to exploit him. Ed must keep his cool and make a good impression. He spots Arwen Rothtaler, a member of his family, and wonders what she wants. Ed's goal is to keep a low profile, but the noble scrutiny is making it hard.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Arwen approaches him, her tone formal and condescending. Ed is in a tough spot, trying to keep up the charade while hiding his true strength. Arwen asks him to dance with her, using her position to influence Ed's actions. He's hesitant, but her words are laced with flirtation.
The key action or twist of this chapter unfolds as Inho's secret is finally revealed, leaving him exposed and vulnerable as the campus buzzes with gossip and suspicion in every corner. The emotional stakes are raised as Inho's carefully crafted facade begins to crumble, stripping him of the respect and trust he's worked tirelessly to earn, now leaving him isolated and alone. The cliffhanger hangs precariously as Inho's future at the Academy hangs by a thread, with the consequences of his actions and the fallout yet to be seen, threatening to destroy everything he's built.
Miss one chapter and you'll be completely lost. Hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari and stay in the loop. The prince just confessed to being unworthy of the throne in the Imperial Library. His hands are shaking, and his voice barely reaches the other end of the room. Father's expression remains unreadable, but his tone cuts through the air. A cold reminder that this isn't about emotions. It's about succession. Ed Rothstaler, you have one more chance to prove yourself worthy of the throne. The prince's face falls, but his eyes flash with determination. He takes a step forward, and the weight of his family's legacy bears down on him like a physical force. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Now, Crapen Rothtaler reveals his intention to make his sister ride out into the darkness at the manor. A bold move considering the castle has only one princess left. Action. Ed can't help but wonder if he'll be caught in the crossfire. Consequence. With this development, Ed finds himself alone at the manor, and the remaining princess could be in danger. And so the question is, what kind of danger lies ahead for the princess? Ed Rothstaler must keep a low profile to earn a scholarship at Eudora's academy. Ed's past mistakes come back to haunt him. His sister is worried about his safety, and his father, Crapin Rothtaler, wants him to conform to the family's expectations. Ed's presence disrupts the timeline, and he realizes he's changed the course of events. He must adapt to this new reality and find a way to coexist with the game's characters.
Of course, I'd be happy to help you with your...
Ed's words are laced with sarcasm. He's not fooling anyone, least of all himself. His anxiety is palpable, and he's already checked the exit twice. This is more than just a fear of being discovered. It's a fear of what might happen if he's caught. Ed Rothstaler's eyes flicker open, and he's immediately overwhelmed by the cold, dark surroundings. He's a third-rate villain in a game, kicked out of the dormitory for his misdeeds. His goal is clear: earn a scholarship and graduate. He needs to survive. Ed's hands move swiftly as he collects his gear. He checks the exit twice, anxiety simmering beneath the surface. He has to keep a low profile.
The masked figure emerges, revealing a shocking resemblance to Ensues' missing father, creating a seismic shift in the story's dynamics as alliances are now irreparably fractured. Ensues' world shatters as the truth about his family's past is brutally revealed, exposing a long-buried trauma that now threatens to consume him, leaving him teetering on the edge of emotional collapse. As the explosive truth hangs in the air, the true identity of the masked figure remains shrouded in mystery, leaving Ensues and the Academy's students on tenterhooks, bracing for the devastating consequences that are yet to come.
It takes a real Manhwa veteran to appreciate this level of detail. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Ed is in the middle of a fight, but he doesn't seem too worried. "Ho!" he says calmly, but then 3 intermediate spirits show up, and Ed's tone changes. He's not even batting an eye. "Are you worried about the people below? You could easily handle high-level spirits too, but I guess you didn't want to bring the building down. Are you worried about the people below? Ario worried about the people below? That's a weird thing to say." Ed seems more concerned about the building than the people inside. Ed Rothstaler stands in front of Janica, refusing to budge. His goal is to assert control over this situation, but the obstacle of Janica's skepticism blocks him. To break through, he reveals the shocking truth. He's Ed Rothstaler, not her son. Janica is shocked, her eyes widening in disbelief. Ed's directness shatters the tension, and for a moment, both are frozen. Ed's revelation is the consequence of his bold move, but it also sparks uncertainty about the relationship between Ed and Janica. Ed's next move will determine the fate of their connection. Janica's thoughts are a jumble of questions. What's going on beneath the manor, and what does Ed have to do with it? Her mind racing, she checks her surroundings, her eyes scanning the area for any sign of Ed. She's hesitant to move forward, unsure if she's ready for what might be waiting for her. The silence is oppressive, and Janica's patience is wearing thin. Her fingers drum on the hilt of her sword, a habit she's developed over countless nights of investigation. What does Ed know that she doesn't?
Stop. You're wrong.
Janica's determination is clear. She wants to know the truth, and she's not going to let Ed get away. The tension's building, Ed's getting defensive, and Janica's not giving up. She's pushing Ed to reveal more about himself, but Ed's not cooperating. Janica's trying to keep Ed on track, but he's not listening. It seems to be okay, but something's not adding up.
Let's keep going.
Yuno's skills in Wave Ball are put to the ultimate test as he faces off against an unexpected rival. unleashing a powerful impact-amplifying waveball that shakes the very foundations of the Academy. Yuno's resolve is shaken to its core as he grapples with the harsh reality of his past failures, now threatened by the arrival of his long-lost classmate Ed, whose presence awakens a mix of emotions within him. The fate of the Academy hangs precariously in the balance as Ed's true intentions begin to unfold, leaving Yuno crippled by uncertainty and Ed's cryptic warning, "You shall not pass," sending shivers down the spines of everyone involved.
The story's about to escalate in a way that changes the entire series. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and stay tuned. Ed's gotta stay under the radar. No more drama, no more confrontations, no more getting in the way. Easy peasy, right? Wrong. High-rank light magic blades are slicing through the air everywhere he goes. Radiant blades are making his life a living hell, and he just can't catch a break.
Stop, you're wrong.
Ed looks up to see the silhouette of Arwen standing before him. He's not sure if he should be relieved or terrified. His hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice, and his eyes scan every corner. He's on high alert. Arwen's eyes narrow. She knows him, but what's her plan? The air is tense. Ed's got a problem. That book can't be in his hands. It's about the evil god Mebular, a knowledge the crown won't let be explored. He thinks of his father, who'd stop at nothing to summon the god, sacrificing anyone in his way. Ed realizes the truth. His father's goals will cost innocent lives.
I know.
Ed's grip on the book tightens, and he looks up, ready for a confrontation. Ed's hands move on autopilot, but his mind keeps wandering back to the Sylvania scholarship. He needs it to survive. It's his only chance at a normal life. His eyes flicker to the edge of the woods, where the scholarship application process is about to begin. He knows he needs to stay hidden, but his gaze drifts back to the book still clutched in his hand.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Ed's grip falters, and his eyes widen in realization. He thinks about all the times his family pushed him away, about the life he could have had if he'd never been disowned. His heart beats faster, and his voice is barely above a whisper.
Time's running out. Who's there? Ed, what do they want? Past the scholarship, what blocks them? Disownment and his own flaws.
Ed realizes his defensive spells aren't working. He's trying gravitational magic, but it's purely physical, and his mana isn't deflecting it. Ed's worried it's not him, but that giant eyeball over there. Ed's trying to stay focused, but the explosion magic is getting closer, fuck high rank, and it's about to ruin everything.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Ed's hands won't stop moving. He's checking the exit, trying to find a way out of this mess. Now Ed sees a high-rank explosion magic heading straight for him. He knows this might be his last chance, and he's not going down without a fight.
The key action or twist of this chapter unfolds as Krapin Rothtailor's true intentions are revealed. A shocking betrayal that sets the stage for a catastrophic showdown. The emotional stakes rise as our protagonist forms a deep bond with a mysterious ally, but the connection is now tainted by the knowledge of Rothtailor's treachery, leaving them reeling in anguish. The cliffhanger hangs precariously as Rothtailor's powers continue to escalate, threatening to unleash a cataclysmic force that will reshape the very fabric of the world, leaving its future hanging precariously in the balance.
The real villain hasn't even shown their face yet. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari to find out who it is. Panic spreading. The princess is yelling for help, and Clarice is terrified. Bear Knight Knox shouts, "Guards, protect the Saintess." But the nobles are disappearing, and Clarice exclaims, "The Rothtailor wretch are all missing. They were all in on it. That heir's daughter and that son who returned."
Yes. We must convince the crown. We need to find him, but we can't seem to track him down.
Ed's obstacle is that these girls won't leave him alone. They keep showing up in his life and it's causing chaos. Let's dive into the story, folks. We're in the woods, and Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, is living off the grid after being disowned by his family and kicked out of the dormitory. He's trying to stay under the radar, but 4 female leads, Princess Phinia, Saintess Clarice, Bear Knight Knox, and Escort, just won't leave him alone. Ed's goal is to stay away from these girls, but his presence is changing the timeline and events of the game. Meanwhile, Saintess Clarice is panicked. She's been attacked by men with unknown intentions, and her guards have been killed. She's running for her life, her heart pounding in her chest. She spots a figure in the distance and sprints towards it, hoping for refuge. Bear Knight Knox, her trusted protector, is there to offer her comfort and safety.
Where can we hide?
Bear Knight Knox takes charge, leading Saintess Clarice to a secure location. But as they run, the sounds of chaos and destruction follow them. The men are closing in, and they need to find a place to hide fast. Ed gets up and looks around his cottage, trying to shake off the feeling of doubt. He decides to leave and venture into the woods, hoping to clear his head. Ed takes a few steps forward, but then turns back. He seems to be reconsidering his decision.
Stop.
Ed realizes the Extras Academy is in chaos. Princess Phinia is desperate to save high-ranking nobles and Saintess Clarice from the unknown attackers. Ed's initial instinct is to help, but doubts creep in. His loyalty to House Rothtaler still lingers. What if his actions put those people in danger?
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked. Loyalty. Ed's thoughts are interrupted by the sound of rustling leaves behind him.
Characters on the brink of a chaotic reckoning as a once loyal escort betrays them, issuing cold-blooded orders that send shockwaves of fear through the Extras Academy's very foundations. The weight of desperation crushes Kim Ji-hyun as she's forced to confront the darkest truth about her past and the loved one she thought she'd lost. Her heart shattered into a million pieces. In the aftermath of this devastating revelation, the question hangs precariously in the air. What will become of Ji-hyun's future now that her entire reality has been turned upside down by the truth she can no longer ignore?
The next recap covers something you won't believe. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and we'll talk soon. Ed Rothstaler's goal is to survive this desperate situation. The stakes are too high, the tower might topple over, causing harm or damage if he doesn't act fast. His obstacle is the unknown threat lurking within the woods. Ed decides to move in stealth, avoiding detection. But as he navigates the dense forest, he comes across the tower's surroundings, which are eerily quiet. His hands fidget with anticipation, unsure of what's to come.
Tower's magic is unstable.
Ed's speed increases to a crazy rate, and he can feel magic coursing through his body. His acceleration is absurd, almost impossible to comprehend. The woods blur around him.
Tanya. Thank goodness she showed up, but Father's got a greater meaning to attend to, and it's all about the family's purpose. Ed's got a feeling he doesn't fit in with that plan, though. He's thinking about leaving, but... Haha, good luck with that, Ed. Ed tries to reason with himself, though. He knows he's got to leave.
You need to leave. Tanya's got a concerned look, knows Ed's not out of the woods yet.
Tanya. Ed.
The Extra's dark secret is ripped open as Eun-gyo stumbles upon the mansion's hidden room, revealing a shocking connection between her and the wealthy Lee family. Eun-gyo's trust is shattered as she discovers her supposed benefactor has been manipulating her all along, leaving her emotionally drained and questioning her very existence in the cruel world of the academy. With Eun-gyo's true identity now exposed, she faces the terrifying possibility of being brutally expelled from the mansion, leaving her vulnerable to the merciless clutches of the academy's darkest forces.
I read the raw chapters so you don't have to. Pay it forward and subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
The city gates are rubble, but But this is no ordinary battle. Rex stands still, surveying the chaos unfolding before him. His eyes narrow, anticipating the order to retreat. But none comes. Something's off. His instincts scream for caution, yet his duty demands he push forward. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, the familiar weight a comfort in this maelstrom.
We can't stay here, it's crazy.
Rex gives a curt nod, already moving forward as the Extras Academy looms in the distance. He bursts through the gates, his senses on high alert. The sounds of the battle fade into the background as the area.
Ed's realizing his own power. He can help the Academy achieve its objectives. But what does that mean? Will he be able to stay out of the limelight? Ed's eyes narrow, and his jaw sets in determination. He's got a decision to make. Will he become a valuable ally or remain a third-rate villain? The ground cracks beneath his feet, a sign of the potential cost of his new path.
But know this.
Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain, awakens to find himself transported into the world of Extras Academy. His first goal is to earn a scholarship which will grant him a secure life.
Eddie Rothiamlore's world is shattered as he discovers his son's tragic fate, a devastating blow that threatens to unravel the very fabric of his existence. Eddie's heart is heavy with grief, the weight of his loss crushing him as he grapples with the unbearable truth. His son's death has left an unfillable void in his life. The truth about his son's demise hangs precariously in the balance, a dark secret that could shatter Eddie's faith in the people he trusts most, leaving his future hanging by a thread.
Hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari. You've already spent time here. Make it count. Ed's world is crumbling. His goal is to survive. The obstacle is his own desperation. He's willing to do whatever it takes. Action. Ed makes a choice, but the cost is unknown. Consequence. His fate is sealed, and the heroes are getting closer. What happens next? I'm amazed. Is that a spirit magic? What's the significance of this spirit magic? And what does it mean for Ed? Fans unite. This is it, folks. We've got Ed Rothstaler, the EX villain, now on the run. He wants to survive and graduate, but those protagonists are getting closer. Ed's desperation is the obstacle to his goal. Ed Rothstaler's in a tight spot. Father Dorian is getting aggressive and the Saintess, whoever she is intervening. The stakes are high, friends. Father Dorian's got a plan, and Ed needs to figure out what it is. Fast. What's blocking Ed? His complicated family history, for starters. What does Ed want? To stay alive and uncover the truth. What happens? Ed's about to make a desperate move. The cost? He might just get caught in the crossfire.
Kook. The key action or twist of this chapter is happening right now. Eun-sung is forced to confront the dark truth about his father's past, and the weight of his family's secrets is crushing him. Eun-sung has lost his last shred of innocence, forced to confront the darkness within his own family, leaving him reeling from the revelation that threatens to destroy everything he thought he knew. Eun-sung's desperate battle for survival is far from over, as the mastermind behind the sinister forces threatening the Extras Academy remains shrouded in mystery, their true intentions more terrifying than ever, leaving the fate of Eun-sung and his friends hanging precariously.
Hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari. You've already spent time here. Make it count.